Ghostly stories, yet mirrors of human life. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Encountering Chinese, the Ghost Story Series, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Today, we bring you the fifth episode in our collection of strange tales. The screen will turn black in 5 minutes to help you relax. And now, our story begins. Furry Fox Spirit. There was a young man from a peasant family named Ma Tianrong. In his 20s, his wife passed away due to illness, and due to the family's poverty, he couldn't afford to remarry. One day, while Ma Tianrong was working in the field, he suddenly saw a seductive-looking young woman walking through the rice seedlings. The woman had a rosy complexion, a charming appearance, and exuded an alluring charm. Suspecting that she might be lost, Ma Tianrong approached her, attempting to tease and flirt with her. Surprisingly, the woman did not refuse his advances. Ma Tianrong then suggested engaging in intimate activities, and the woman laughed, saying, "Under the bright sun and clear sky, how can we do such things? When you return home, leave your door slightly ajar and wait for me. After dark, I will definitely come to find you." Despite Ma Tianrong's disbelief, the woman swore to keep her promise. Ma Tianrong shared his home address with her, and then she departed. That night, as promised, the woman arrived. The two spent the night together, enjoying each other's company. Ma Tianrong found the woman's skin exceptionally tender and decided to examine her with a lit lamp. He discovered that her skin was red and thin, resembling that of a newborn baby, but her entire body was covered with fine fur. Ma Tianrong felt curious and somewhat suspicious about the woman's origins, suspecting she might be a fox spirit in disguise. Jokingly, he asked if she was a fox fairy. To his surprise, the woman openly admitted it. Ma Tianrong said, "Since you are a celestial being, you can naturally obtain whatever you desire. Now that I have received your favor, could you provide me with a few taels of silver to ease my financial struggles?" The woman readily agreed to his request. The following night, the woman visited again, and Ma Tianrong continued to request silver from her. The woman pretended to be astonished and said, "What a coincidence! I forgot to bring the silver." In the early morning, as the woman was about to leave, Ma Tianrong reminded her not to forget the silver next time. During the night, Ma Tianrong questioned her again. "You haven't forgotten about my request, have you?" The woman smiled and told him to wait a few more days. After a few days, Ma Tianrong asked her for silver once more. The woman, with a smile, took out 2 silver ingots from her sleeve, estimating them to weigh around 5 or 6 taels each. The edges of the silver ingots were slightly raised, adorned with delicate carvings, displaying an elegant charm. Delighted to receive the silver, Ma Tianrong carefully wrapped them and stored them in a wooden box. 6 months later, Ma Tianrong urgently needed money, so he took out the 2 silver ingots to show someone. To his surprise, the person told him, "This is not silver, it's tin." He then bit the silver ingot with his teeth, immediately biting off a piece. Astonished, Ma Tianrong put away the 2 tin ingots and returned home. During the night, the woman visited again, and Ma Tianrong accused her angrily of deceiving him. The woman, with a smile, said, "Your fate is thin. If I had given you real silver, you might not have been fortunate enough to enjoy it." She then brushed off the matter with a smile. Ma Tianrong commented, "I heard that fox spirits are exceptionally beautiful, but now it seems not to be the case." The woman replied, "We fox spirits can change our appearance at any time based on the individuals we associate with. Given your lack of fortune, even if I gifted you an exceptionally beautiful woman, how could you appreciate it? With my ugliness and foolishness, I am naturally not suitable for those blessed individuals. However, compared to a woman with a hunched back and large feet, I still consider myself an extraordinary beauty." A few months later, the woman suddenly presented 3 taels of silver to Ma Tianrong, saying, "You've repeatedly asked me for silver, and I haven't given you any because your fate is thin, and there shouldn't be silver in your home. Now, since you are about to take a wife, I want to give you money for the marriage proposal, considering it as a parting gift between us." Ma Tianrong explained that he had no intention of taking a wife. The woman then told him, "Within 1 or 2 days, a matchmaker will surely come to you." Ma Tianrong asked, "What is the appearance of the new bride you mentioned?" The woman replied, "If you desire beauty, then she will be beautiful." Ma Tianrong said, "I dare not expect such beautiful women. But with only 3 taels of silver, how can I afford to marry someone?" The woman responded, "Your marriage has been arranged by the old man under the moon. It is not something that can be changed by human will." Ma Tianrong further inquired, "Why are you suddenly bidding me farewell?" The woman said, "Coming in and out of your home every day under the moon and stars is not a long-term solution. You have your own wife now, and there's no meaning for me to stay with you like this." At dawn, the woman hurriedly departed. Before leaving, she handed a small clump of yellow powder to Ma Tianrong, saying, "After we part ways, you might fall ill. Take this powder, and your illness will be cured soon." The next day, indeed, a matchmaker came to propose to Ma Tianrong. He first asked about the appearance of the woman, and the matchmaker replied, "The woman's appearance is neither beautiful nor ugly." Ma Tianrong then asked, "How much dowry does the woman's family want?" The matchmaker said, "It would be around 4 or 5 taels of silver." Ma Tianrong replied that he could afford the dowry and insisted on personally seeing the appearance of the woman. The matchmaker was concerned that the woman might be a virtuous woman who would refuse to reveal herself, but in the end, they agreed to visit the woman's family together. The matchmaker reminded Ma Tianrong to be cautious and not to reveal his identity. The 2 arrived at the village where the woman's family lived, and the matchmaker went ahead, asking Ma Tianrong to wait outside the village. After a considerable amount of time, the matchmaker returned and informed Ma Tianrong, "Everything has been arranged. I have a relative, and the woman lives nearby. I just visited their home and saw the woman sitting inside. You can pretend to visit my relative's house, pass by her door, and get a closer look at the woman. Ma Tianrong followed the matchmaker's instructions. Indeed, he saw the woman sitting in the house, with her upper body lying on the bed, while a maid helped her scratch her back. As Ma Tianrong quickly walked past the woman's house, he took a glance at her face. True to the matchmaker's description, the woman was neither beautiful nor ugly. When it came time to discuss the dowry, the woman's family didn't insist on more silver. They only mentioned having 1 or 2 taels of silver to help the woman buy new clothes and prepare for her marriage. Thinking he had gained an advantage, Ma Tianrong paid the agreed-upon amount of silver. He also thanked the matchmaker and the person who wrote the marriage contract. The 3 taels of silver were just enough, and he didn't spend any extra money. It was only when they chose an auspicious day for the wedding and brought the woman home that Ma Tianrong realized the woman was hunchbacked with a chicken-like chest, and her neck was shrunk like a turtle. Looking further down, the woman's feet under her skirt were as large as a small boat, measuring about 30 centimeters over. It was at this moment that Ma Tianrong woke up to the fact that the words of the fox woman from before had a reason behind them. At the end of the story, the author provides a commentary, stating, "The appearance of a fox spirit may change according to the different objects of interaction." Perhaps the fox woman in the story was making a self-deprecating remark about her own appearance. However, the truth about blessings and fortunes that she mentioned is truly convincing. I often say that without the accumulated kindness of several generations of ancestors, it is unlikely for descendants to become fortunate individuals. If a person has not been a good person for several lifetimes, it is also unlikely for them to marry a beautiful wife. Those who believe in cause and effect will surely not consider my remarks to be foolish and incredible. Li Sijian. In Yongnian County there was a Juren named Li Sijian. In the 4th year of the Kangxi reign, on the 28th day of the 9th month, Li Sijian personally killed his wife, Mrs. Li. As Li Sijian held the position of Juren, the local authorities in Yongnian County lacked the jurisdiction to handle this case. Therefore, they reported it to the Guangping Prefecture. Upon receiving the case, officials from the Guangping Prefecture were dispatched to Yongnian County for investigation. When the bailiffs escorted Li Sijian to the prefectural yamen, he unexpectedly seized a butcher knife from a nearby meat stall. Holding the knife, Li Sijian rushed into the city god temple and climbed onto the altar. He knelt before the deity, spoke to himself, saying, "The deity reproached me. I should not have believed the slanderous rumors spread by wicked people, causing confusion among neighbors in the village. The deity demands that I cut off my own ears." After saying this, he proceeded to cut off his left ear and threw it below the altar. Then, he continued, "The deity reproached me for deceiving others for money. Let me chop off my fingers." Following his words, he severed a finger from his left hand. Next, he said, "The deity reproached me for committing adultery. Let me cut off my genitals." Astonishingly, he castrated himself. After completing these acts, Li Zijian fell straight to the ground, unconscious. At that time, the governor Zhu Yunmen had already submitted a memorial to the court, requesting the removal of the academic title of Juren Li Zijian, which had just received approval from the imperial court. Unexpectedly, Li Zijian himself had already been prematurely executed by the ghostly executioner in the underworld. This story is what I found and transcribed from a compilation of official documents. Five Muflon official. In Hejin County, Shaanxi Province, there was a man named Chang Tiyuan. When he was a shiozai, he once heard someone calling him, Five Muflon official, in a dream. Chang Tiyuan woke up immediately and, recalling the dream, was delighted, believing that this dream was a good omen for his future career. After a few years, the surrounding areas of Hejin County were attacked by bandits, and Chang Tiyuan was captured, stripped of his clothes, and thrown into an empty room. It was the cold winter month, and the nights were unbearable. In the darkness, Chang Tiyuan groped around and unexpectedly found a few pieces of tattered sheepskin in the corner of the room. He wrapped himself in these sheepskins, thus preserving his life and avoiding freezing to death. When daylight came, Chang Tiyuan got up and checked the tattered sheepskins covering him. He counted them and found exactly 5. Looking at these 5 sheepskins, Chang Tiyuan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the gods had played a joke on him. Later, he was finally appointed as the county magistrate of Luonan County as a tribute student. This story was recorded by Mr. B. Zaiji. Black Beast. I once heard my great-grandfather Li Jingyi tell such a story. The story is about a person in Shenyang. One day, this person hosted a banquet on a mountaintop. When he looked down from the mountain, he saw a tiger seemingly carrying something in its mouth approaching from a distance. The tiger walked to a large tree, dug a hole in the ground with its claws, and buried what it had in its mouth in the hole. Soon after, the tiger covered the hole and left. The person then sent a servant down the mountain to see what the tiger had buried. When the servant returned, he reported that the tiger had buried a dead deer. The person then had the deer dug out and the hole casually covered up again. After a while, the tiger actually led a black wild beast back. The black beast had fur about a few inches long. The tiger walked in front, and the black beast seemed like an honored guest it had invited. They arrived at the hole, and the black beast crouched on the side, staring at the tiger with fierce eyes. The tiger reached out its claws into the hole but found the dead deer was gone. It was suddenly terrified and trembled all over, crawling on the ground without daring to move. The black beast, enraged by the deception, struck the tiger's forehead with its claws. The tiger fell to the ground and died instantly, and then the black beast left in disappointment. At the end of the story, the author provided the following commentary. This black beast doesn't have a known name. However, judging by the person's description, its size is certainly not larger than that of a tiger. Yet, Why would the usually fierce tiger fear it so much, willingly extending its neck to await death? In this world, everything is subject to some kind of constraint, and understanding this principle is truly challenging. Take, for example, the langurs, which fear the mandrill. When they see a mandrill from afar, even if there are dozens or hundreds of langurs, they immediately kneel down without daring to flee. The langurs gaze fixedly at the mandrill, respectfully awaiting its arrival. The mandrill then uses its hands to assess the leanness or plumpness of each langur. If one is deemed fat, the mandrill places a stone on its head as a mark. Astonishingly, the langur then stands still, terrified of the stone falling to the ground. Once the mandrill has finished assessing all the langurs and marking them, it proceeds to eat the plump ones in order, following the sequence of the stones. Only then do the remaining langurs dare to scatter. I've mentioned before that corrupt officials are like mandrills. They also mark people based on their wealth and then proceed to devour the people's possessions according to these markings. Astonishingly, the common people bow their heads and submit, allowing themselves to be preyed upon, without daring to make a sound. Their ignorant and submissive demeanor is just like that of the langurs, truly a cause for sorrow. Qingmei. There is a man surnamed Cheng in Nanjing. Let's call him Mr. Cheng for now. Mr. Cheng is straightforward in nature and does not adhere to worldly conventions. One day, when Mr. Cheng returned home, he prepared to undress, but found that one end of his belt felt unusually heavy, as if something had fallen off. Upon investigation, he found nothing there. However, when he turned around, he noticed a woman walking out from behind him. She smoothed her hair and smiled faintly, her appearance extremely beautiful. Mr. Cheng suspected that the woman was a ghost, but she said, "I am not a ghost, I am a fox." Mr. Cheng said to the fox woman, "As long as I can have a beauty like you, I am not afraid of ghosts, let alone foxes." Afterwards, he shared the bed with the fox woman. 2 years later, the fox woman gave birth to a daughter named Qingmei. She often told Mr. Cheng, "You don't need to marry another wife, I will give birth to a son for you." Mr. Cheng believed her words and decided not to remarry. However, relatives and friends often mocked and ridiculed Mr. Cheng. Helpless, Mr. Cheng was forced to change his mind and married Wang from Hudong. When the fox woman heard about it, she was furious. After feeding her daughter, she handed her over to Mr. Cheng, saying, "This is your compensation, whether you raise her or kill her is up to you. Why should I be a wet nurse for someone else?" With that, she left abruptly. Qingmei grew up to be intelligent and beautiful, bearing a striking resemblance to her mother. Later, Mr. Cheng passed away, and Wang remarried, leaving the Cheng household. Qingmei could only rely on her uncle for support, but he led a dissolute life and had a bad reputation. He planned to sell Qingmei to make some money for himself. Coincidentally, a jinshi named Wang, who was waiting at home for an official position from the Ministry of Personnel, heard about Qingmei's intelligence. He bought her with a hefty sum of money to serve his daughter, Ashi, who was 14 years old and exceptionally beautiful. Ashi took a liking to Qingmei and they lived and traveled together. Qingmei was adept at observing and understanding others' expressions and gestures, endearing herself to the whole family. In the town, there was a scholar named Zhang who came from a poor family with no property or land. He rented a vacant house from Jinshi Wang. Zhang was extremely filial, upright in character, meticulous in his work, and dedicated to his studies. One day, Qingmei happened to visit Zhang's home and saw him sitting outside on a stone eating porridge. She then went inside and chatted with Zhang's mother, noticing a pot of stewed pig's trotters by her parents' bed. Zhang's father was bedridden at the time, and when Zhang went inside to help him urinate, he accidentally stained his clothes. Despite feeling remorseful, Zhang quietly concealed the urine stains and later went outside to wash them away, fearing his father's reaction. Qingmei admired Zhang's actions greatly. When she returned, she recounted everything she had witnessed to Ashi, saying, "Our lodger is no ordinary person. Miss, if you don't want to find just any husband, but an outstanding one, Zhang would be the best choice." Ashi worried that her father would disapprove of Zhang's poverty, but Qingmei assured her, saying, "It depends on your decision. If you agree, I'll secretly inform Zhang and have him arrange a match through a matchmaker. Madam will surely call you to discuss it, and your answer will be affirmative, then everything will be settled." Ashi also feared being ridiculed for life for being poor, but Qingmei said, "I've seen many people, and based on Zhang's appearance, he will surely become a successful and wealthy man in the future. You won't be wrong to choose him." The next day, Qingmei went to Zhang's house and informed Zhang's mother of the matter. Zhang's mother was greatly surprised and felt unsure about Qingmei's words. Qingmei said, "My mistress also believes that Zhang is an outstanding person. I have tested her feelings, and she agrees with me. In the future, when the matchmaker comes, I will assist, and it should be successful. Even if our master disagrees, what harm would it do to Zhang?" Zhang's mother said, "Then let's go with your plan." So, Zhang's mother entrusted Mrs. Ho, who sold flowers, to go and arrange the match. When Mrs. Wang heard about Zhang's proposal, she found it amusing and told Jinshi Wang. Upon hearing this, Jinshi Wang laughed heartily. They summoned Ashi and explained the matchmaker's intentions to her. Before Ashi could respond, Qingmei hastily praised Zhang in front of them and confidently asserted that he would surely become wealthy in the future. Mrs. Wang then asked Ashi, "Marriage is a major event in your life. If you can endure a life of poverty, I will agree to this match for you." Ashi remained silent for a long time, looking at the wall before answering. Riches and poverty are predetermined by fate. If one's fate is good, they won't be poor for long, and their prosperity will last. If one's fate is poor, how many children from wealthy families end up impoverished in the end? This matter should still be decided by the parents. Initially, Jinshi Wang called Ashi to discuss the matter just for amusement, but upon hearing Ashi's words, he became displeased. He asked, "Do you really want to marry Zhang?" Ashi remained silent. He asked again, but she still didn't respond. Jinshi Wang angrily said, "You stubborn girl. You're not making any progress. Do you intend to become a beggar's wife? It's shameful." Ashi's face flushed red upon hearing this. Feeling upset, she ran out with tears in her eyes, leaving the matchmaker to leave in embarrassment. Qingmei, seeing the proposal fail, decided to plan for herself. After a few days, she secretly went to see Zhang at night. Zhang was studying, and when he saw Qingmei, he asked in surprise where she came from. Qingmei hesitated in her response, while Zhang sternly asked her to leave. Qingmei cried and said, "I come from a good family and I'm not a woman who elopes. I just think you're a virtuous person, so I'm willing to marry you." Zhang replied, "If you love me and believe I'm virtuous, why would you meet me in secret? A self-respecting person wouldn't do that. Do you think a virtuous person would engage in such clandestine meetings? Improper private meetings suggest an improper marriage. Even gentlemen deem such behavior inappropriate, so how can we expect a proper marriage if we don't adhere to proper etiquette? Moreover, if our marriage doesn't work out, how will you and I carry on with our lives?" Qingmei asked. "But what if our marriage does happen? Will you marry me?" Zhang replied, "If I can marry you, I will have no other desires. However, there are 3 things I'm unsure about, so I can't make promises lightly." Qingmei asked, "What are those 3 things?" Zhang explained. "Firstly, you are a servant of the Wang family, and you can't decide to leave on your own. Even if you could leave, I would need my parents' permission, and if they disagree, I can't marry you. Even if my parents agree, you know my family is poor and can't afford a proper dowry for you, which is crucial. You should leave quickly before anyone sees you and damages your reputation." Before leaving, Qingmei urged Zhang, "If you're willing to marry me, let's find a solution together." Zhang agreed. After returning home, Qingmei confessed to Ashi that she had gone to see Zhang. Ashi was furious about Qingmei's secret meeting with Zhang and intended to scold her. Tearfully, Qingmei admitted that she hadn't done anything against propriety and proceeded to recount the details of the situation. Ashi, upon hearing the story, praised Qingmei, stating, "Zhang didn't let you stay overnight," demonstrating his adherence to propriety. His insistence on obtaining his parents' consent shows his filial piety. His reluctance to make promises demonstrates his honesty. If a person possesses these 3 virtues, they will surely be blessed by heaven, and poverty is nothing for him to worry about. She then asked Qingmei, "What do you want to do next?" Qingmei replied, "I want to marry him." Ashi chuckled and asked, "Can you decide for yourself?" Qingmei replied, "If I can't, then I might as well die." Ashi said, "Since you put it that way, I will make sure you get your wish." Qingmei bowed deeply to thank Ashi. A few days later, Qingmei approached Ashi again, saying, "Were you joking the other day, or do you really want to help me? If you really want to help, I have some difficult secrets to share, and I hope you can assist me further." Ashi asked what the secret was, and Qingmei replied, "Zhang's family is poor and cannot prepare enough bridal gifts, and I don't have enough money to redeem myself. If I am married off by the Wang family without proper dowry, it's as good as not being married." Ashi pondered for a moment and said, "This problem is beyond my control. If I suggest marrying you off, it may not be appropriate. If I suggest you leave, my parents will probably not agree because your redemption money is insufficient." Qingmei, upon hearing this, burst into tears, pleading with Ashi to find a solution. After much thought, Ashi said, "There's no other way. I've saved some money in secret, and if you need it, you can have it all." Qingmei expressed her gratitude and then secretly informed Zhang. Zhang's mother was delighted upon learning of this and, after borrowing money from various sources, managed to save up some funds, awaiting good news. Coincidentally, Jinshi Wang was appointed as the magistrate of Tsua County. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ashi suggested to her mother, "Qingmei is getting older now, and since father is going to work in another place, it's inconvenient for us to bring her along. It's better to send her away." Mrs. Wang already thought Qingmei was too clever and feared she might lead Ashi astray, so she had long wanted to marry off Qingmei, but she had been worried that Ashi would object. Now, hearing Ashi's suggestion, she naturally felt delighted. 2 days later, a servant's wife came to see Jinshi Wang, saying that the Zhang family wanted to marry Qingmei. Jinshi Wang chuckled and said, "I think Zhang is only fit to marry a maid. He was too arrogant before. But if we sell Qingmei to a wealthy family as a concubine, I believe we can get more money." Ashi quickly stepped forward and said, "Qingmei has served me for a long time, and I can't bear to sell her to another family." So, Jinshi Wang sent a message to the Zhang family, agreeing to the original price for Qingmei and signed the redemption contract, marrying Qingmei to Zhang. After Qingmei arrived at Zhang's house, she took care of Zhang's parents even better than Zhang himself. At the same time, she diligently managed the household chores, not even considering it a hardship to eat coarse food and swallow vegetable soup. As a result, Zhang's family all liked and respected Qingmei. Qingmei also engaged in embroidery as a profession, and her embroidered products sold quickly. Merchants often waited outside Zhang's house to buy her products, fearing they wouldn't get any otherwise. The money she earned helped alleviate the family's poverty. Qingmei also advised Zhang not to neglect his studies while taking care of his parents, as she managed all the household affairs by herself. As Jinshi Wang was going to work in another place, Qingmei went to bid farewell to Ashi. Upon seeing Qingmei, Ashi cried and said, "Now you've married the person you love, I'm really not as good as you." Qingmei replied, "It's all thanks to your help. How could I forget? But if you think you're not as good as me, it will hurt me." So, the two bid each other farewell in tears. Half a year after Jinshi Wang arrived in Shaanxi province, Mrs. Wang passed away, and her coffin was placed in a temple. 2 years later, Jinshi Wang was dismissed from his position due to bribery, fined a large sum of money, and the Wang family became so impoverished that they couldn't sustain themselves, and their servants scattered. Then, a plague struck, and Jinshi Wang also fell ill and died, leaving only an old servant woman with Ashi. However, not long after, the old servant woman also died, leaving Ashi even more lonely and destitute. A neighbor's old lady advised Ashi to get married, but Ashi replied, "Whoever can bury my parents, I will marry him." The old lady, feeling sorry for Ashi, sent a bag of rice and left. Half a month later, the old lady came back to advise Ashi again, saying, "I have tried my best for Miss, but still couldn't find a suitable husband for you. Poor people can't bury your parents, and rich people dislike you as a descendant of a fallen family, which is considered unlucky. There's really no way out. I have another idea, but you may not agree. Ashi asked, "What's the idea?" The old lady said, "There is a Mr. Lee nearby who is looking for a concubine. If he sees your beauty, even if it's just to bury your parents, he will surely not spare any expense." Ashi burst into tears upon hearing this, saying, "I was once from a noble family, can I only become someone's concubine now?" The old lady said nothing more and left. Ashi ate only one meal a day, barely surviving, waiting for someone to provide money for her parents' burial. After half a year passed, Ashi found it increasingly difficult to hold on. One day, the old lady came again, and Ashi cried to her, "Life is so difficult that I often think of suicide. I am still alive only because my parents have not been properly buried. So I think I might as well go along with what you said." So the old lady brought Mr. Lee to secretly observe Ashi, and Mr. Lee was very satisfied with her. Immediately, he provided funds for the burial, and the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Wang were buried in thin coffins. Afterwards, Mr. Lee used a carriage to take Ashi away and introduced her to the main wife, but Mrs. Lee was fierce and jealous. At first, Mr. Lee didn't dare to say that Ashi was a concubine, only pretending that she was a purchased servant. But when the main wife saw Ashi, she flew into a rage, drove her away with a wooden stick, and refused to let her enter. Ashi, disheveled and in tears, had nowhere to go. Coincidentally, an elderly nun passed by and invited Ashi to stay with her. Ashi was delighted and followed the old nun away. They arrived at a nunnery, where Ashi requested to become a nun, but the old nun disagreed, saying, "I don't think you're meant to be a nun. While life here is simple, it can sustain you for now. Stay here temporarily and wait for the right opportunity to leave." Not long after, the rascals from the city, noticing Ashi's beauty, frequently came to the nunnery, knocking on the door to harass Ashi with lewd remarks, and the old nun couldn't stop them. Ashi, angered, burst into tears and contemplated suicide. The old nun then sought help from an official at the Ministry of Justice to post notices strictly prohibiting such behavior, which somewhat restrained the rascals. Later, someone drilled holes in the walls of the nunnery at night, prompting the old nun to shout for help, causing the intruders to flee. The old nun reported the incident to the Ministry of Justice and caught the main culprit, who was then punished at the local government office, preventing similar incidents from happening again. After more than a year had passed, a wealthy young man passed by the nunnery and was amazed by Ashi's beauty. He insisted that the old nun convey his affection for her and offered lavish gifts as bribes. The old nun tactfully told him, "The girl is from a noble family and is unwilling to become a concubine. Sir, please go back first. I will give you an answer later." After the wealthy young man left, Ashi planned to poison herself. That night, Ashi dreamt of her father, Jinshi Wang, who remorsefully said, "I failed to fulfill your wishes, which has led to your current situation. Now I regret it, but it's too late. Just wait a little longer. Please don't die. Your wishes will still come true." Ashi woke up astonished. After washing up in the morning, the old nun saw Ashi and said in surprise, I see that the turbid chi on your face has completely disappeared. Your fortune is about to change. When that happens, don't forget about me." Before she could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door. Ashi's expression changed, fearing it was a servant from the wealthy young man's family. The old nun opened the door, and indeed it was so. The servant inquired about the progress of their plans. The old nun courteously entertained him and requested a 3-day extension. The servant relayed the wealthy young man's message, stating that if things didn't work out, the nun should reply herself. The old nun respectfully accepted and apologized, sending the servant away. Ashi was overwhelmed with sorrow and again contemplated suicide, but the old nun persuaded her once more. Worried about the servant's return in 3 days, the old nun reassured her, saying, "With me here, I will bear the consequences, whether it's life or death." The next day, just past mid-afternoon, a torrential rain poured down, and suddenly there was a clamor of knocking at the door. Ashi, filled with fear and confusion, didn't know what to do. Braving the rain, the old nun opened the door and saw a sedan chair parked outside, accompanied by several maids helping a noblewoman to alight. The servants and horses were all grand, and the old nun was astonished and asked who they were. The reply came. "These are the family members of the law enforcer, seeking shelter from the storm." The old nun led the noblewoman and her entourage into the main hall, brought out chairs, and invited the noblewoman to sit. The rest of the family members went directly to the nuns' quarters to find places to rest. One of the maids, upon entering, saw Ashi and was struck by her beauty, quickly reporting back to the noblewoman. Shortly after, the rain stopped, and the noblewoman rose and requested to see the nuns' quarters. The old nun then led her there, and upon seeing Ashi, the noblewoman was greatly shocked, unable to take her eyes off her, while Ashi also scrutinized her for a long while. It turned out that the noblewoman was none other than Qingmei. Both women burst into tears and Qingmei recounted her experiences. After marrying Zhang, his father passed away, and after the mourning period, Zhang passed the imperial examinations, becoming an official. He first took his mother to the official residence and then came to fetch his family. Ashi exclaimed, "Looking at us today, the difference is beyond comparison." Qingmei smiled and said, "Fortunately, miss, you haven't married despite setbacks. It seems that fate has brought us together. If it weren't for this heavy rain bringing me here today, how could we have this encounter? There are forces beyond human control at play." Qingmei then took out a coronet and fine clothing, urging Ashi to change. Ashi hesitated, but with the persuasion of Qingmei and the old nun, she relented. Worried about following Qingmei with an inappropriate status, Qingmei reassured her, saying, "In the past, we had our own roles to play, how could I forget your kindness? Think about Zhang, he is not ungrateful." Qingmei then insisted Ashi change her attire, bid farewell to the old nun, and left together. Upon arrival at the official residence, both Zhang and his mother were very pleased. Bowing to Zhang's mother, Ashi said, "I truly have no face to see you today." Zhang's mother smiled and comforted her, discussing the selection of an auspicious day for Zhang and Ashi's wedding. Ashi said, "As long as I can continue living in the nunnery, I won't come here with Qingmei. If the Zhang family remembers our past friendship, Please give me a thatched hut with a mat inside, and I will be content." Qing Mei just smiled and remained silent. On the day of the wedding, Qing Mei brought the wedding dress, leaving Ashi at a loss and unsure of what to do. They heard the music outside the door, and Ashi had no choice but to follow the arrangements. Qing Mei led the maidservants to forcefully dress Ashi in the wedding gown and ushered her out. Seeing Zhang dressed in official attire bowing to her, Ashi couldn't help but reciprocate the gesture. Afterwards, Qing Mei dragged Ashi into the bridal chamber, saying, "This position of Zhang's wife has been empty for a long time, waiting for you." She looked at Zhang and said, "You can repay your debt tonight, so treat her well." After saying this, Qing Mei turned to leave, but Ashi grabbed her clothes. Qing Mei smiled and said, "Don't hold me back, this is something I cannot replace." She gently removed Ashi's hand and left. Qing Mei always regarded herself as a concubine and treated Ashi respectfully according to etiquette, which made Ashi feel guilty and uneasy. Finally, Zhang's mother decided that both women were Zhang's wives and allowed them to address each other as Madam. However, Qing Mei continued to observe the etiquette of a concubine without slackening. 3 years later, when Zhang was passing by the nunnery on his way to the capital, he offered 500 taels of silver to the old nun, but she refused to accept it. Zhang insisted, and the old nun accepted 200 taels and built a temple for Guanyin, with a stone tablet erected beside it to thank Ashi. Later, Zhang was promoted to serve as an attendant in the imperial court. Qing Mei bore 2 sons and a daughter for the Zhang family, while Ashi bore 4 sons and a daughter. Zhang submitted their story to the emperor, who was deeply moved and conferred the title of a madam upon both Ashi and Qing Mei. At the end of the story, the author provides the following commentary. Heaven has bestowed many families with beautiful daughters, who were originally meant to marry upright and outstanding men. However, in reality, these lovely girls often end up being given to the prodigal sons of the privileged class. Many things in life are so strange, perhaps this is the compassionate intention of the Creator. Women like Qing Mei, who have keen insight and resolutely marry Zhang because of his upright character, stand out. Meanwhile, those who once enjoyed a luxurious life have to abandon their integrity just to pursue narrow interests, ultimately ending up with nothing. These people are truly not as insightful as a mere servant girl. Why is that? Bao Zhu. Before the Prince of Pingxi, Wu Sangui rebelled against the Ming government, he once issued a proclamation to his soldiers, stating that whoever could capture a tiger alone would be rewarded with higher salary, elevated rank, and bestowed the title of tiger-capturing general. Among these tiger-capturing generals was a man named Bao Zhu. Bao Zhu's movements were agile and nimble, resembling those of an ape or monkey. In the palace of Wu Sangui, large beams and rafters were just being erected for the construction of tall buildings. Bao Zhu was able to climb up along the corners of the building, swiftly reaching the top in an instant. He could even stand on the ridge beam of the roof, briskly walking back and forth 3 or 4 times before leaping down and landing perfectly straight on the ground. Wu Sangui had a concubine who excelled in playing the pipa. The pipa she played had strings made of warm precious jade, and when held in her arms, the entire room could feel the warmth emanating from the jade. The concubine cherished her pipa dearly and never showed it to anyone without Wu Sangui's permission. One evening, while the prince of Pingshi's palace was hosting a banquet with numerous guests, someone requested Wu Sangui to show the wonderful qualities of the pipa. Just as Wu Sangui was feeling lazy and reluctant to fetch it, he promised the guests that they could see it the next day. At that moment, Bao Zhu, standing beside Wu Sangui, said to everyone, "I can bring the pipa here without anyone knowing." Finding this intriguing, Wu Sangui instructed his attendants and guards both inside and outside the palace to be on alert, and then allowed Bao Zhu to go and fetch it. Bao Zhu swiftly scaled over a dozen courtyard walls and finally arrived at the residence of Wu Sangui's concubine. He saw that the concubine's house was brightly lit, with the door tightly locked. There was a parrot perched on a rack in the corridor. Bao Zhu imitated the sound of a cat, then mimicked the voice of the parrot, loudly exclaiming, "The cat is coming," while making urgent, flapping noises. Hearing the commotion, the concubine instructed her maid from inside the house. "Lu Nu, quickly go and see, the cat is about to kill the parrot." Bao Zhu then hid in the shadows. After a while, a woman carrying a lamp walked out the door, and as soon as she stepped away, Bao Zhu slipped into the concubine's room. He saw the concubine guarding the pipa on the table, so he simply took the pipa and swiftly left. The concubine screamed, "A thief is here!" The guards rushed out upon hearing the alarm, but they couldn't catch up with Bao Zhu, so they shot arrows at him, raining down like a storm. However, Bao Zhu leaped up onto a tall tree. There were over 30 locust trees below the wall, but Bao Zhu managed to maneuver among the branches like a bird, jumping from one branch to another. After navigating through the trees, he ascended to the roof. Running across the rooftops, he seemed to have grown wings, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night. At that moment, the guests in the hall were drinking, and Bao Zhu flew in with the pipa in his arms, landing gracefully in front of the banquet. Outside the hall, the door remained closed, and not a sound of rooster or dog could be heard. Scholar Willow. In the late Ming Dynasty, a locust plague occurred in the Qingzhou and Yanzhou areas. Large swarms of locusts gradually descended into the fields of Yishui County, causing great concern to the county magistrate. One day, while the magistrate was sleeping in the back room of the county office, he suddenly dreamed that a scholar came to the county office to see him. The scholar wore a tall hat and green clothes, and was very tall. He claimed to have a good method to treat the locust plague. The magistrate hurriedly approached to inquire, and the scholar replied, "Tomorrow, on the southwest side of the county town, there will be a woman riding a heavily pregnant mother donkey. She is the goddess of locusts. If you plead with her, the locust plague will disappear." After waking up, the magistrate considered this dream unusual and promptly prepared food and wine, personally rushing to the south of the city. He waited for a long time and indeed found a woman with a high hair bun and a brown shawl, riding alone on an old gray donkey, slowly and laboriously walking north. The magistrate immediately lit incense, offered wine, and knelt by the roadside to greet her. When he saw the woman about to leave, the magistrate grabbed the donkey and refused to let her go. the woman asked. "Sir, what do you want to do?" The magistrate pleaded bitterly. "I am just a humble county magistrate, begging the great immortal for mercy. Please help our county get rid of the locust plague." The woman sighed and said, "It's hateful that scholar Willow is so talkative and has revealed my secret. I will make him suffer with his body. I promise you, I will no longer harm the crops in your county." After saying that, the woman drank 3 cups of wine offered by the magistrate and then disappeared. Later, large swarms of locusts did indeed fly to Ishiway County, covering the sky, but they did not land in the fields of the county, but all flew to some willow trees nearby. Wherever the locusts passed, all the leaves on the trees were gone. The magistrate finally understood that the scholar Willow turned out to be the god of willow trees. Some people later said that it was the magistrate's concern for the people's food that moved the god of willow trees, and perhaps it was true. The little figure. There was a Hanlon whose name I can no longer recall. One morning, while the Hanlon was lying in his study, he suddenly noticed a procession coming out from the corner of the hall. The horses in the procession were as big as frogs, and the people in the procession were thinner than fingers. There were about dozens of people in this small procession. Among them one looked like an official. He wore a black gauze hat, embroidered robe, and was even carried in a sedan chair. The procession gradually moved out of the study, and the Hanlon felt very strange, privately wondering if he was seeing things due to his drowsiness. Suddenly, he saw one of the small figures returning to the room, holding a small felt bag the size of a fist. The little figure walked straight to the Hanlon's bed and said, "My master has a small gift. He wants me to bring it to Mr. Hanlon." After speaking, the small figure stood there without taking out anything. After a moment, the little figure laughed and said, "This tiny little gift, I'm sure Mr. Hanlon won't find any use for it, so you might as well just give it to me." The scholar nodded awkwardly, and the little figure happily left. After that, such incidents never occurred again in the Hanlon study. Unfortunately, the Hanlon lacked the courage to inquire further about where those little people came from. The cricket. During the Xuande reign of the Ming dynasty, cricket fighting became a popular game within the imperial palace. As a result, the royal court would annually collect robust crickets from the populace. However, crickets were not originally native to Shaanxi province. A county magistrate from Huayin, aiming to please his superiors, presented an excellent cricket for a trial fight, which indeed displayed bravery and prowess in combat. Subsequently, the imperial court ordered Huayin County to annually contribute robust crickets to the royal court. The magistrate delegated this task to the local community leader, who was responsible for managing resident identities and tax collection. Some idle individuals in the market would capture good crickets and keep them in bamboo cages to raise prices, treating them as rare commodities for sale. The cunning bailiffs in the village would exploit this pretext, forcing several households to form groups and regularly submit a cricket as a contribution. Once designated, these families were compelled to exhaust their savings to purchase crickets. In the county, there was a man named Xing Ming, a scholar who had failed the provincial examination for many years. He was conservative in character and lacked communication skills, so the cunning bailiffs reported to assign him the responsibilities of the local community leader. Qingming tried every means to evade this duty, but he couldn't escape it. In less than a year, he not only failed to collect taxes but also depleted his meager savings. When the cricket collection came around, Qingming couldn't afford to buy crickets and was afraid to assign them to households. He felt hopeless and contemplated suicide. His wife advised him, "What's the use of dying? Why not try catching a cricket yourself? There may still be hope." Qingming agreed and spent his days searching for crickets, turning over rocks and digging in dilapidated ruins and overgrown areas, but he found nothing. Even if he managed to catch a few, they were inferior and undersized. With strict deadlines set by the county magistrate and relentless pressure, Qingming was beaten severely, receiving hundreds of lashes within just a few days. His buttocks were covered in pus and blood, and he couldn't catch any crickets. Qingming could only toss and turn in bed, contemplating suicide as his only thought. At that time, a hunchbacked witch arrived in the village, rumored to possess the ability to divine fortunes through spirits. Qingming's wife prepared money to consult her. Outside the witch's house, there was a crowd of young women in colorful attire and elderly women with white hair. Inside the house, Qingming's wife saw a curtain hanging in front of a secret room, with an incense table placed in front of it. The seekers lit incense in the censer and bowed twice. The witch lay on her back, facing the ceiling, murmuring prayers with words unknown to others. Everyone stood respectfully, silent. After a while, a piece of paper was thrown out from behind the curtain, accurately addressing the questions the seekers had in mind. Qingming's wife placed money on the table and performed the rituals as others did. After about half an hour, the curtain moved, and a paper fell to the ground. She picked it up, expecting words but found a drawing instead. In the middle of the paper was a depiction of a palace-like building, resembling a temple, with a small mountain behind it. The mountain was surrounded by various peculiar stones and thorny bushes, and beneath them lay a large cricket with a green head. Next to it was a depiction of a toad, as if about to leap. She pondered over it repeatedly, feeling puzzled, yet upon noticing the cricket depicted in the drawing, she also sensed it might be related to the heart of the matter. She folded the drawing and brought it back home to show to Qingming. Qingming pondered repeatedly, thinking, "Could this drawing be telling me the location to catch crickets?" He carefully examined the scenery depicted in the drawing, which resembled the great Buddha temple to the east of the village. Qingming struggled to get up, leaning on his cane, and holding the drawing. He arrived at the back of the temple. There, he found many ancient graves, and large and small stones scattered around, resembling the drawing entirely. Qingming listened intently in the wild grass, walking slowly as if searching for a needle in a haystack. However, despite exhausting his mental, visual, and auditory faculties, he neither saw nor heard any crickets. Nonetheless, Qingming continued his search. Suddenly, a toad leaped away, startling him, and he hurriedly chased after it. The toad jumped into the bushes, and Qingming followed its trail, parting the weeds until he spotted a cricket lurking among the grass roots. He swiftly pounced on it, but the cricket darted into a crevice in the rocks. Qingming used slender grass blades to coax it out, but it refused to emerge. He then poured water into the crevice with a bamboo tube, coaxing the cricket out. The cricket was agile in form, and Qingming managed to catch it in one swift motion. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was large-bodied with long antennae, a green neck, and golden wings. Qingming was overjoyed and brought the cricket home in a cage. The entire family celebrated, happier than if they had found priceless gems. Qingming cared for the cricket meticulously, feeding it crab meat and chestnuts, and prepared to present it when the deadline arrived. Qingming had a 9-year-old son who, seeing his father absent, secretly opened the cage to take a look at the cricket. Unexpectedly, the cricket leaped out of the pot before he could catch it. In his attempt to grab it, he accidentally broke off its hind leg and cut open its belly, causing the cricket to die shortly after. Terrified, the son tearfully confessed to his mother. Upon hearing this, the mother's face turned pale, and she erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You wicked creature! Our doom is upon us. When your father returns, he'll surely hold you accountable." The son left home in tears. When Qingming returned and learned of the incident, he felt as if his whole body had been soaked in ice and snow. Furious, he went to find his son but discovered he had vanished without a trace. Later, he found his son's body in a well, his anger turning into deep sorrow. Qingming and his wife wailed in despair, nearly fainting. They lost their appetite, sitting in silence, overwhelmed by despair. As night fell, Qingming decided to bury his son hastily. However, upon touching his son, he felt a faint pulse. Joyously, he laid his son on the bed. In the middle of the night, the son briefly regained consciousness, bringing a glimmer of comfort to the grieving parents. However, the cricket cage remained empty. Every time Qingming glanced at it, he felt suffocated, unable to utter a word, yet he dared not investigate his son's mistake further. From dusk till dawn, he never closed his eyes. As the sun rose in the east, Qingming lay on his bed, still lost in his worries. Suddenly, he heard crickets chirping outside the door, startling him. He quickly got up to investigate but found the cricket seemingly still lurking there. Joyfully, he attempted to catch the cricket, but it hopped away swiftly after one chirp. Despite his efforts to cup it in his palm, it seemed as if there was nothing in his hand. Each time he lifted his hand, the cricket would escape. Frantically, he chased after it, but as he turned the corner, the cricket disappeared. Qingming hesitated, looking around, and then spotted another cricket clinging to the wall. Upon closer inspection, it was small, black with a hint of red, nowhere near as impressive as the one he had seen earlier. Dismissing it for its size, Qingming continued searching for the cricket he had initially wanted to catch. At that moment, the small cricket lurking on the wall suddenly leaped onto his clothing. Qingming glanced down and saw the cricket, resembling a ground beetle with plum blossom wings, square head, and long legs. He felt it seemed quite nice, so he happily captured it in a bamboo cage, intending to present it to the authorities. However, he remained uneasy, fearing the county magistrate's dissatisfaction. He decided to test the cricket in a fight before presenting it, just to see how it would fare. Coincidentally, there was a young man in the village who had trained a fierce cricket and named it Crab Shell Green. Every day, the young man would take his cricket to compete with others, and he often emerged victorious. Hoping to make a fortune from his cricket, the young man set a high price, but no one could afford it. He decided to visit Qingming and, upon seeing Qingming's cricket, couldn't help but laugh mockingly. The young man promptly took out his own cricket and placed it in the fighting cage. Qingming felt ashamed when he saw that the young man's cricket was much larger and more impressive than his own, but the young man insisted on a competition. Qingming thought to himself that if his cricket was of inferior quality, it would be of no use anyway, so he decided to participate to amuse himself. He placed his cricket in the fighting pit as well. However, Qingming's cricket remained still, appearing foolish, which only made the young man laugh louder. Qingming tried to provoke his cricket with a pig bristle, but it remained motionless. The young man laughed again. After several attempts to provoke it, Qingming's cricket became enraged and charged forward, sparking a fierce battle between the two crickets. They leaped and fought fiercely, chirping loudly. Suddenly, Qingming's cricket jumped up, aiming straight for Crab Shell Green's neck. Alarmed, the young man quickly separated them to stop the fight. Qingming's cricket then proudly spread its wings and chirped triumphantly, as if boasting of its victory. Qingming was overjoyed. As the two were admiring the small cricket, a rooster suddenly dashed in and pecked at it. Qingming stood there shouting in fear. Luckily, the rooster missed its target, and the cricket leaped more than a foot away. The rooster advanced swiftly, closing in on the cricket. Qingming, in a panic, didn't know how to intervene, stomping his feet and his face turning pale. Soon, he saw the rooster extend its neck and lunge forward. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the cricket had landed on the rooster's comb, biting down fiercely. Qingming was even more surprised, so he captured the cricket and returned it to the bamboo cage. The next day, Qingming presented the small cricket to the county magistrate, who disdainfully dismissed it as too small and scolded Qingming angrily. Qingming then narrated the remarkable abilities of the cricket, but the magistrate remained skeptical. To test it, the magistrate had the small cricket fight against others, all of which were defeated. He even tried having the cricket fight against a rooster, with the same outcome as Qingming had described. Delighted, the magistrate rewarded Qingming and promptly presented the small cricket to the governor. The governor, thrilled, placed the cricket in a golden cage and offered it to the emperor, along with a detailed account of its talents. In the palace, the cricket competed against all the precious cricket breeds from across the country but emerged victorious each time. Furthermore, it danced to the rhythm of musical instruments, adding to its mystique. The emperor was extremely pleased and highly praised the cricket. He even issued a decree granting the governor a prized horse and luxurious silk fabrics. The governor, in turn, did not forget the county magistrate's contribution. Before long, the county magistrate was recognized for his outstanding performance in an assessment. Naturally, the magistrate was delighted, relieving Qingming of his duties as the local official and instructing the imperial tutor to allow Qingming to advance to the county school. Over a year later, Qingming's son suddenly regained consciousness, claiming that a year earlier, he had transformed into a small cricket, agile and adept in combat. The governor rewarded Qingming generously once again. In just a few years, Qingming's family had acquired vast estates, with hundreds of cattle and sheep, and a grand residence complete with pavilions and towers. Whenever Qingming ventured outside, he dressed in fine furs, rode fat horses, rivaling even the most prestigious families. At the end of the story, the author provides the following commentary. The emperor's occasional use of certain items may not necessarily be remembered afterward, but other officials often make the offering of such items a customary practice. Coupled with the greed and tyranny of officials, the people are forced to sell their wives and children, with no end in sight. Therefore, the emperor's every action is vital to the livelihoods of the people, and he must not make mistakes due to momentary interests. Only Qingming, impoverished by the extortion of the county magistrate, became rich by presenting a cricket. From poverty to wealth, riding in luxury, could he ever have imagined such a transformation during his time as a lowly official? It seems that heaven intended to reward the honest and upright, even extending its protection to the governor and the county magistrate through a cricket. I have heard it said, when one person attains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs in their household become immortals. It seems to be true indeed. Tianqilong. In Liaoyang, there was a man named Wu Qingxiu, who was adept at making friends and knew many famous people. One night, Wu Qingxiu had a dream in which someone told him, "Now, your friends are scattered all over the country, but in reality, these friends are not your true friends. Only one person can share hardships with you, so why don't you know him?" Wu Qingxiu asked, "Who is he?" The person said, "Isn't it Tianqilong?" Wu Qingxiu woke up suddenly, feeling puzzled by the dream. In the morning, Wu Qingxiu met his friends and asked them who Tianqilong was. Someone knew Tianqilong and said he was a hunter from Dongsuan. Wu Qingxiu then respectfully went to visit him in person. Wu Qingxiu knocked on the door with his riding crop, and soon a man emerged. This man, probably in his 20s, had round eyes like a tiger, a sturdy build, wore a greasy cloth cap, and a black knee-length apron with many patches of white cloth on it. He bowed respectfully to Wu Qingxiu and asked where he came from. Wu Qingxiu gave his name and lied that he was feeling unwell on the way and hoped to rest at his house for a while. Wu Qingxiu then pretended to inquire about Tianqilong's residence, and the man replied, "I am Tianqilong." Tianqilong invited Wu Qingxiu into the house. Inside, Wu Qingxiu saw that Tianqilong's home consisted of only a few dilapidated rooms, with walls on the verge of collapse, supported by tree branches. They entered a small room, where tiger and wolf skins hung between the pillars, and there were no chairs or stools to sit on. Tianqilong spread a tiger skin on the ground for Wu Qingxiu to sit on. As they conversed, Wu Qingxiu found Tianqilong's speech to be simple and straightforward, which he greatly admired. Wu Qingxiu immediately offered silver to Tianqilong as living expenses, but Tianqilong refused to accept. Wu Qingxiu insisted, and Tianqilong reluctantly took it and reported the matter to his mother. After a while, Tianqilong took back the silver and returned it to Wu Qingxiu, repeatedly declining to accept it. Despite Tianqilong's refusal, Wu Qingxiu insisted on giving it to him multiple times. When Tianqilong's mother heard about it, she tremblingly came to the small room. With a stern expression, she said to Wu Qingxiu, "I only have this one son, and I don't want him to serve you, this distinguished guest." Wu Qingxiu felt ashamed and had to leave the small room. On the way home, Wu Qingxiu pondered over the incident, unable to understand its meaning. Coincidentally, a servant had overheard Tianqi Long's conversation with his mother behind the house and told Wu Qingxiu. Previously, Tianqi Long had informed his mother about the silver, and his mother had said, "I just saw wrinkles on the gentleman's face indicating impending misfortune. I heard people say, if you receive someone's appreciation, you should share their worries. If you receive someone's favor, you should help them in times of difficulty. Rich people repay with money, while poor people repay with actions. Therefore, it's not a good thing to receive money from others for no reason. I fear that in the future, you will have to repay this person with your life." Wu Qingxiu was deeply impressed by Tianqi Long's mother's virtue and respected Tianqi Long even more. The next day, Wu Qingxiu once again arranged a feast and invited Tianqi Long, but he declined to come. Wu Qingxiu went to Tianqi Long's house to find him, and as soon as he sat down, he demanded wine. Tianqi Long personally poured wine for him and treated him with deer jerky, showing both sincerity and courtesy. After a day, Wu Qingxiu invited Tianqi Long again, and this time he agreed to come. The two conversed harmoniously and joyfully. Wu Qingxiu wanted to give Tianqi Long silver, but he refused to accept it. Wu Qingxiu then pretended to want to buy the tiger skin from Tianqi Long, who finally accepted. Upon returning home, Tianqi Long realized that his collection of tiger skins was not worth the silver, so he planned to hunt for more and then give them to Wu Qingxiu. However, after 3 days in the mountains, he returned empty-handed. Furthermore, his wife fell ill, leaving him no time to hunt. 10 days later, Tianqi Long's wife passed away, and he used some of the silver given by Wu Qingxiu to purchase funeral supplies. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingxiu personally came to offer condolences and help Tianqi Long bury his wife, ensuring a high standard for both the funeral items and the ceremony. After Tian's wife was buried, he took his bow and crossbow and entered the deep mountains, eager to repay Wu Qingxiu with game, but he returned empty-handed. Wu Qingxiu, upon learning the reason for this, constantly advised Tianqi Long not to be anxious. He also earnestly hoped that Tianqi Long could find time to visit his home, but Tianqi Long was always uneasy about not having given the tiger skin to Wu Qingxiu and thus refused to go. Therefore, Wu Qingxiu insisted on taking the original tiger skins from Tianqi Long's house to prompt him to come faster. Upon inspecting the original tiger skins at home, Tianqi Long found them damaged by insects and devoid of fur, further disheartening him. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingxiu rode to Tian's house and tried his best to persuade him. Seeing the damaged tiger skins, Wu Qingxiu said, "These are fine. I only want the skins. I don't care if they have fur." With that, he rolled up the tiger skins and left, inviting Tianqi Long to accompany him. When Tianqi Long refused to go, Wu Qingxiu had no choice but to return home alone. Tianqi Long considered that these tiger skins were still not enough to repay Wu Qingxiu, so he took some dry food and went into the mountains to hunt. After several nights of waiting, he finally hunted down a tiger and handed it over to Wu Qingxiu intact. Wu Qingxiu was overjoyed upon seeing it and prepared food and wine, inviting Tianqi Long to stay at his house for 3 days. Tianqi Long firmly declined, but Wu Qingxiu locked the door, preventing him from leaving. Wu Qingxiu's other friends saw Tianqi Long's rustic appearance and privately commented that Wu Qingxiu was making questionable friends. However, Wu Qingxiu's treatment of Tianqi Long far exceeded that of other guests. Wu Qingxiu wanted to give Tianqi Long new clothes, but Tianqi Long refused. Wu Qingxiu secretly changed his clothes while Tianqi Long was sleeping, and Tianqi Long had no choice but to accept them. When Tianqi Long returned home, his son, acting on his grandmother's orders, returned the clothes and demanded back Tianqi Long's old clothes. Wu Qingxiu laughed and said, "Tell your grandmother that I've already taken apart the old clothes to make insoles for shoes." From then on, Tianqi Long would send rabbits, deer, and other wild game to Wu Qingxiu every day, but he still refused Wu Qingxiu's invitations. One day, when Wu Qingxiu went to visit Tianqi Long again, Tianqi Long was out hunting and hadn't returned. Tian's mother came out and leaned against the door frame, telling Wu Qingxiu through the door, "Stop trying to lure my son with your ulterior motives." Wu Qingxiu could only bow respectfully and shamefully leave the Tian household. After about half a year, a servant suddenly reported to Wu Qingxiu, saying, "Tianqi Long got into a dispute while hunting a leopard and ended up killing someone. He has been apprehended by the authorities." Shocked by the news, Wu Qingxiu hurriedly rode to visit Tianqi Long, but by the time he arrived, Tianqi Long was already in chains and detained in prison. Upon seeing Wu Qingxiu, Tianqi Long didn't say much, only requesting, "Please take care of my mother in the future." Saddened, Wu Qingxiu left, immediately bribing the county official with a large sum of money and offering another 100 taels of silver to the deceased's family. After more than a month, the matter was resolved, and Tianqi Long was released. Tian's mother sighed and said, "My son's life was saved by Mr. Wu. I have no choice but to no longer coddle him. Now I only wish Mr. Wu a lifetime free from calamity. That would be my son's blessing." Tianqi Long wanted to express his gratitude to Wu Qingxiu, but his mother advised him, "You can go if you must, but there's no need to thank Mr. Wu excessively. As the saying goes, small favors can be thanked, but great favors cannot be repaid." When Tianqi Long met Wu Qingxiu, the latter comforted him with gentle words. Tianqi Long accepted Wu Qingxiu's kindness without further refusal or expression of gratitude. While others found Tianqi Long's demeanor cold, Wu Qingxiu appreciated his honesty and integrity, treating him even better. From then on, Tianqi Long often stayed at Wu Qingxiu's house for several days in a row. He accepted whatever Wu Qingxiu gave him without hesitation or attempts to reciprocate. On that day, which happened to be Wu Qingxiu's birthday, there were many guests and servants at the Wu residence, and the guest house was filled with visitors at night. Wu Qingxiu and Tianqi Long slept together in a small room, with 3 servants sleeping on straw mats beneath their bed. In the middle of the night, all the servants had fallen asleep, but the 2 of them were still deep in conversation. Suddenly, Tianqi Long's sword, hanging on the wall, leaped several inches out of its sheath, emitting a clang sound and gleaming with a cold, electric-like light. Tianqi Long was startled and immediately got up. He asked Wu Qingxiu, "Who are the people sleeping under the bed?" Wu Qingxiu replied, "They are all servants from the household." Tianqi Long said, "There must be a bad person among them." When Wu Qingxiu asked why, Tianqi Long explained, "This sword comes from a foreign land, incredibly sharp. It kills with a single blow, and whoever it strikes dies instantly. This sword has been passed down for 3 generations, and countless people or animals have been killed by it, yet its edge remains as sharp as ever. When the sword senses a bad person nearby, it will make a sound and leap out of its sheath, perhaps indicating that it intends to kill. You should associate with gentlemen and keep away from villains, maybe then you can avoid disaster. Wu Qingxiu nodded repeatedly. However, Tianqi Long remained melancholy, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Wu Qingxiu said, "Fortune and misfortune are predetermined, why worry so much?" Tianqi Long replied, "I fear nothing. My worry stems from the fact that my old mother is still alive." Wu Qingxiu said, "Why suddenly bring this up? You worry too much." Tianqi Long said, "I hope all will be well and peaceful." It turned out that among the 3 servants sleeping under the bed, one named Liner was a highly favored young lad whom Wu Qingxiu adored. Another was a young servant boy, about 12 or 13 years old, whom Wu Qingxiu often commanded, and the third, named Li Ying, had a stubborn and unruly character. He often argued with Wu Qingxiu over trivial matters, and Wu Qingxiu frequently became angry with him. That night, Wu Qingxiu quietly pondered and suspected that Li Ying was the one who made the sword leap out of its sheath. The next morning, Wu Qingxiu discreetly sent Li Ying away. Wu Qingxiu's eldest son, Wu Shen, married a woman named Wang. One day, when Wu Qingxiu went out, he left Liner at home. The chrysanthemums in the study were in full bloom, and Wang thought that since her father-in-law was out, there would be no one in the study, so she went alone to pick the chrysanthemums. At this moment, Liner suddenly rushed out and attempted to harass Wang. Wang planned to escape, but Liner forcibly took her into the house. Wang resisted and cried, her face turned pale, and her voice hoarse. At that moment, Wu Shen heard the commotion and rushed into the study, causing Liner to flee. When Wu Qingxiu returned home and learned of the incident, he angrily went to find Liner, but Liner had already disappeared. After 2 or 3 days, Wu Qingxiu learned that Liner was hiding in the home of an imperial censor. This imperial censor usually worked in the capital, leaving household matters to his younger brother. Wu Qingxiu wrote a letter to request Liner's return out of professional courtesy, but the imperial censor's brother ignored the request. Infuriated, Wu Qingxiu brought the matter to the local magistrate for legal action. Although the arrest warrant was issued, the bailiffs refused to apprehend Liner, and the magistrate, mindful of the imperial censor's status, dared not intervene. Just as Wu Qingxiu was filled with anger and frustration, Tianqi Long arrived. Wu Qingxiu said to him, "It seems that what you said has come true. The person who let the knife out of its sheath is Liner." He then recounted the situation to Tianqi Long. After listening, Tianqi Long's expression turned bleak. He remained silent and left on his own. Wu Qingxiu instructed his efficient servants to patrol and investigate Liner's whereabouts. Liner sneaked back to the Wu residence at night and was immediately captured by the patrolling servant and brought before Wu Qingxiu. Despite being tortured by Wu Qingxiu, Liner remained defiant and insolent. Wu Qingxiu's uncle, Wu Heng, a kind elder, fearing that his nephew's anger might bring disaster, advised him to let the authorities handle Liner according to the law. Following his uncle's advice, Wu Qingxiu took Liner to the public court. However, a letter from the imperial censor's household arrived at the county office, and the county magistrate promptly released Linner and allowed the imperial censor's steward to take him away. This incident emboldened Linner to behave even more recklessly. He openly slandered Wu Qingxiu's daughter-in-law in front of a crowd, accusing her of having an affair with him. Wu Qingxiu, helpless against Linner's actions, became enraged and rode to the imperial censor's house, shouting and cursing. Neighbors intervened to calm him down, and he returned home in frustration. The next day, a servant reported that Linner had been dismembered, and his body was dumped in a nearby wilderness. Wu Qingxiu was both shocked and relieved, feeling that he had finally vented his anger. However, not long after, the imperial censor's household accused the Wu family uncle and nephew, prompting the two to appear before the county office for interrogation. The county magistrate refused to listen to their defense and immediately ordered punishment for Wu Heng. Wu Qingxiu exclaimed loudly, "The accusation of murder is a false charge. As for insulting the officials, that indeed was done by me and has nothing to do with my uncle." However, the magistrate ignored his pleas. Enraged, Wu Qingxiu attempted to save Wu Heng but was seized by bailiffs. The bailiffs, bribed by the imperial censor's household, began to beat Wu Heng, who, being an elderly man in his 70s, collapsed halfway through the punishment. Seeing Wu Heng on the verge of death, the magistrate stopped further actions. Wu Qingxiu wept and cursed, but the magistrate remained indifferent. In the end, Wu Qingxiu had no choice but to carry his uncle Wu Heng back home, feeling overwhelmed with grief and anger but powerless to act. Wu Qingxiu wanted to discuss the matter with Tianqi Long, but Tianqi Long had never visited to offer condolences. Wu Qingxiu wondered why Tianqi Long, whom he treated like a brother, suddenly treated him like a stranger. He even suspected whether Tianqi Long had killed Linner. However, he then questioned why Tianqi Long had not told him beforehand if that were the case. Thus, Wu Qingxiu sent someone to inquire at Tian Qilang's house, only to find it locked and deserted, with no one in the neighborhood aware of their whereabouts. One day, while the younger brother of the imperial censor was bribing the county magistrate inside the county office, at dawn, someone came to deliver firewood and water. A woodcutter suddenly approached, dropped his firewood, drew his blade, and headed straight for the younger brother of the imperial censor. The younger brother of the imperial censor panicked, clumsily attempting to block the blade with his hand, but the blade fell and severed his wrist. Then, with another swift stroke, the woodcutter chopped off the head of the imperial censor's younger brother. The county magistrate was taken aback and fled in disarray. The woodcutter remained tense, looking around anxiously. The constables hurriedly closed the gates of the county office, wielding their clubs and shouting loudly, and the woodcutter immediately committed suicide by cutting his own throat. As the crowd gathered to identify him, some recognized him as Tianqi Long. When the county magistrate's panic subsided, he cautiously approached to inspect the scene. He saw Tianqi Long lying stiff in a pool of blood, still clutching the precious sword in his hand. Just as the county magistrate stopped to examine him closely, the corpse suddenly leaped up, once again chopping off the county magistrate's head before collapsing back down. The constables went to apprehend Tianqi Long's mother and son, but they had already fled several days earlier and could not be found. Upon hearing of Tianqi Long's death, Wu Qingxiu rushed to mourn him deeply, shedding tears of profound sorrow. People spread rumors that this incident was orchestrated by Wu Qingxiu through Tianqi Long. To avoid investigation, Wu Qingxiu had to exhaust his wealth to bribe those in power. Tianqilong's body lay abandoned in the wilderness for over 30 days due to his heinous crimes, yet many eagles and hunting dogs stood guard nearby until Wu Qingxiu retrieved the body for a proper burial. Later, it was heard that Tianqilong's son had drifted to Dengzhou and adopted the surname Tong. Skilled in martial arts, he rose through the ranks in the military, achieving remarkable feats and ultimately becoming a general. When he returned to Liaoyang after his success, Wu Qingxiu, who was then over 80 years old, took him to visit Tianqilong's grave. At the end of the story, the author provides the following commentary. Not easily accepting a single coin's help, nor forgetting even a simple meal's kindness, speaks volumes about people like Tianqilong. Tian's mother was indeed a wise woman. As for Tianqilong, his anger did not dissipate even after death, as he rose to kill the county magistrate. How extraordinary! If only Jing Ku, who failed to assassinate Qin Shi Huang, had such abilities, the regrets of 1,000 years ago would have been erased. If there were truly such people in the world, they could rectify many injustices, but alas, the real world is dark, and people like Tianqilong are too few. How lamentable! Flood. In the 21st year of Kangxi reign, Shandong province experienced a drought disaster. The disaster lasted from spring to summer, rendering the land barren with no vegetation in sight. On June 13, there was finally a light rain in the Shandong region, prompting people to start planting grains. On June 18, after substantial rainfall, people began planting beans. One day, an elderly man from Shermen village saw two bulls fighting on the mountain in the evening. He told the villagers, "A great flood is coming soon, let's evacuate quickly." Soon after, he hurriedly moved away with his family. The villagers thought he was talking nonsense and mocked him. However, shortly after, heavy rain poured down suddenly and continuously throughout the night, flooding the area with water levels rising to several feet deep. Many houses were instantly submerged. One farmer had to leave behind his 2 children and, with his wife, supported his mother to seek refuge on higher ground. When they looked back from the hill, the village had turned into a waterlogged landscape, and they abandoned the thought of finding their children. When the floodwaters receded, they returned home to find the entire village in ruins. However, to their surprise, they found one house still standing, and their 2 children were sitting side by side on the bed inside, playing and laughing without any harm. People later said it was the couple's filial piety towards their mother that moved the gods, who rewarded them by sparing their children. This happened on June 22. In the 24th year of Kangxi's reign, there was an earthquake in Pingyang County, where 70 to 80% of the local residents died. The entire city was reduced to rubble, except for one house that miraculously survived. It was said that the male owner of this house was also a filial son. It seems that in times of great disaster, the descendants of filial families often remain unscathed. Who says the gods do not protect the kind-hearted? Warehouse keeper. Zhang Huadong from Zuping County was once commissioned by the emperor to offer sacrifices and pray for blessings at Mount Heng in Nanyue. While traveling through the Jianghuai region, he planned to spend the night at a local post house. The advance scouts warned him. There's something strange about the post house. Staying there will surely cause trouble. Zhang Huadong paid no attention. In the middle of the night, Zhang Huadong, dressed in official robes and carrying a long sword, sat at the post house. Soon, he heard the sound of boots, as if someone had entered the post house. Zhang Huadong looked towards the sound and saw an old man with graying hair. The old man wore a black veil and a black belt around his waist. Zhang Huadong asked him curiously who he was. The old man bowed and said, "I am the warehouse keeper here, responsible for managing the treasury for your excellency. I have been doing this for a long time. Fortunately, your excellency has come from afar today, allowing me to relieve myself of this heavy responsibility." Zhang Huadong inquired, "How much silver is in the treasury now?" The old man replied, 23,500 taels of silver. Zhang Huadong was concerned about carrying too much silver and decided to make arrangements upon his return to inventory it. The old man agreed eagerly and then left. Later, Zhang Huadong traveled to the south, where he received many gifts from officials. When he returned to the Jianghuai region and stayed at the post house again, the old man came to see him once more. Zhang Huadong asked about the treasury's assets, and the old man replied, "That money has been allocated to the soldiers in the Liaodong region as their pay." Zhang Huadong was greatly astonished and puzzled by the inconsistency in the old man's statements. The old man explained, "A person's lifetime wealth has a predetermined amount. Not a single penny will increase or decrease. During your trip to the southern region, you received a large amount of wealth from the officials, and the total amount has already been accounted for. Therefore, there is no money left in your treasury." With that, the old man stood up and left. Zhang Huadong then calculated the money he had received during his trip to the south, and it matched exactly with the amount the old man had mentioned as the treasury's silver. It was then that he realized that one's fate determines their wealth, and it cannot be excessively pursued. A person from Zhucheng County. Mr. Sun Jingxia, a teacher at the county school, once told me a story like this. There was a man in Zhucheng County who encountered bandits' raid and was killed, with his head hanging on his chest. After the bandits retreated, his family found his body and planned to carry it away for burial. However, they heard a faint breath. Upon closer inspection, they found that the man's throat had not been completely severed, leaving a width of about an inch. So, the family placed his head back on his neck and carried him back home. After a day and a night, the man began to groan. His family fed him a little food with spoons and chopsticks, and miraculously, he recovered after half a year in this strange manner. More than 10 years later, this man gathered with 3 of his friends for a casual chat. One of his friends told a joke that made everyone burst into laughter, and the man applauded and laughed heartily as well. Unexpectedly, as he threw his head back in laughter, the old wound on his neck suddenly split open, and his head rolled to the ground, blood gushing out. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the man had completely ceased to breathe. Subsequently, his father accused the person who told the joke. Everyone had to pool some money together, then contribute to bury the man, just to settle the matter. At the end of the story, the author has this commentary. He says, "To think, a mere laugh caused his head to fall off, making it truly the greatest laugh of all time. Despite the head being severed from the neck, he didn't die, only to trigger a lawsuit 10 years later, all because of laughter. Could it be that those 3 friends owed him something from a past life?" Temple Demon. There was a scholar in Xinjiang named Wang Qiho, who was the great-grandson of Wang Zhongyu, the left governor of Shaanxi province responsible for provincial administrative affairs. Wang Qiho told me that he once saw a woman enter his study. The woman appeared to be dark and fat, with plain features. She approached his bed with a frivolous and intimate manner. Wang Qiho firmly rejected her, but she refused to leave. After that, whether he was sitting or lying down, Wang Qiho could always see the woman beside him, but he remained resolute and unwavering. Finally, the woman became furious and slapped his cheeks with her hand, making a loud sound, but his cheeks did not hurt much. Then, she hung a belt on the beam and grabbed Wang Qiho's hair, attempting to hang him together. Wang Qiho unconsciously walked under the beam and stretched his neck as if he were about to hang himself. However, the servants only saw him suspended in mid-air with his feet off the ground, but they did not see the belt he mentioned, and he did not die as a result. From that day on, Wang Qiho seemed to have contracted a form of madness. One day, he suddenly said to his family, "That woman is going to jump into the river with me." With that, he dashed towards the direction of the river, but was eventually stopped by his family. Similar behaviors occurred frequently, with various suicide attempts, sometimes multiple times in a single day. Despite trying various forms of witchcraft and medicines, none had any effect. One day, Wang Qiho suddenly saw a warrior holding a chain walking into the study. The warrior angrily rebuked the woman, saying, "How dare you harass an honest and upright man?" Immediately, the warrior chained the woman's neck with an iron chain and floated out of the window. As they reached the window, the woman ceased to look human, instead resembling a lightning bolt with a gaping mouth. Seeing its appearance, Wang Qiho remembered 4 clay figurines of little demons in the city god temple, one of which looked like this. From that day on, Wang Qiho's symptoms miraculously disappeared. Jin Shicheng. In Changshan County, there was a man named Jin Shicheng, who was usually promiscuous and unrestrained in his behavior. Later, Jin Shicheng suddenly became a wandering monk, but his behavior became erratic, even eating dirty things as if they were delicious. Sometimes, he would follow behind dogs or sheep, and when they defecated, Jin Shicheng would crouch down and eat it. He even claimed himself to be a Buddha, but ignorant men and women, seeing his unusual actions, would still serve him as disciples, and the number of such followers grew to tens of thousands. Jin Shicheng would scold his disciples to eat excrement, and no one dared to disobey. Using the money from his followers, Jin Shicheng built temples and halls without regard for expense, and his followers willingly donated. The local magistrate, Nan Gong, was extremely disgusted by Jin Shicheng's bizarre behavior, so he arrested him, beat him with bamboo boards, and fined him to repair Confucius's temple. When Jin Shicheng's followers learned of this, they rushed to spread the news, saying, "Our Buddha is in trouble." Then, they competed to raise funds to rescue Jin Shicheng. Later, in just 1 month, Confucius's temple was repaired, and the amount of money gathered exceeded what harsh officials could extort through coercion. At the end of the story, the author provides the following commentary. I heard that Jin Shicheng, his followers all call him Buddha of the present. This man's behavior and character have even reached the point of consuming filthy substances, which, to outsiders, seems to be at the lowest level. Even severe beatings are not enough to humiliate him, but punishment can ironically achieve another goal. The magistrate's handling of the situation is truly clever. However, it must be shameful for someone as outstanding as Confucius to have his temple repaired with money from followers of a heretical sect. The earthquake. On the evening of June 17 in the 7th year of Kangshi's reign, around 8 or 9 o'clock, there was a major earthquake at Jixia. At that time, I happened to be staying here, drinking with my cousin Li Duji by the lamp. Suddenly, there was a sound like thunder outside, and it traveled from the southeast to the northwest. Everyone was very surprised and didn't understand the reason. Shortly after, the tables and chairs began to sway, wine cups overturned, and the beams, rafters, and pillars began to move and shift, making a crackling sound. Everyone looked at each other, their faces changed. It took a long time before people realized it was an earthquake and then hurriedly ran out of the house, one after another. At that moment, people saw buildings and houses teetering on the brink of collapse only to stand upright again. The sound of walls collapsing, roofs caving in, children crying, and women screaming filled the air, creating a cacophony akin to a boiling pot. People felt dizzy and unable to stand, so they sat on the ground, swaying with the rolling earth. Water from the river spilled over the banks about 10 feet away, and the city was filled with the continuous noise of roosters crowing and dogs barking. It took about an hour or two for things to settle down slightly. Looking around the streets, most men and women were naked, gathering together and recounting the scenes of the earthquake, some even forgetting to put on clothes. Later, I heard that in a certain place, wells tilted so much that they couldn't draw water anymore, and a family's building changed its orientation from north to south. I also heard that Mount Qixia cracked open, and there was a huge hole in Ishui County, covering several acres. It was truly an extraordinary calamity. This reminds me of a story I heard before. There was a woman living in the county town who got up at night to relieve herself outside. When she returned, she saw a wolf carrying her child. The woman hurried over to wrestle with the wolf for her child. In the moment the wolf loosened its grip, the child was snatched away by the woman and held tightly in her arms. However, the wolf still crouched there without leaving. The woman shouted loudly, and the neighbors heard the noise and rushed over, and only then did the wolf leave. The woman's frightened heart gradually calmed down, feeling relieved. She gestured and recounted to everyone the situation when the wolf took the child and how she reclaimed the child. After talking for a while, she suddenly realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes at all, and then shamefully ran back home. This incident, just like when people forgot they were naked during the earthquake, shows how in moments of panic, people tend to forget what they should pay attention to, which is quite amusing. Rain of copper coins. In Binzhou, there was a scholar who often immersed himself in his study. One day, while the scholar was reading, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Upon opening the door, he found an elderly man with white hair, whose appearance and demeanor were ancient and extraordinary. The scholar welcomed the old man into his home and inquired about his name. The old man introduced himself, saying, "I am called Hu Yangzhen, but in truth, I am a fox immortal. I admire your noble sentiments as you study diligently in your study every day, and I am willing to become friends with you." The scholar, who had always been broad-minded, saw nothing unusual in it and engaged in discussions of ancient and modern times with the old man. The old man possessed extensive knowledge, spoke eloquently, and his discussions were remarkable. At times, he delved into profound interpretations of scriptures, making his insights seem unattainable. The scholar grew even more respectful of the old man and allowed him to stay in the study for a long time. One day, the scholar privately implored the old man, saying, "I am truly grateful for your kindness towards me all this time. However, you see how impoverished I am now, and with just a simple spell, you could obtain a great deal of money. Why can't you perform a spell for me to help me out a little?" The old man fell silent upon hearing this, seeming quite disapproving. After some thought, the old man smiled and said, "Indeed, this matter is not difficult. It just requires you to provide a dozen or so copper coins as capital." The scholar was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately handed over a dozen or so copper coins to the old man. Subsequently, the old man led the scholar into a secret chamber. He chanted an incantation, performed a ritual, and before long, millions of copper coins came pouring down from the rafters with a clinking sound, like a torrential rain. In the blink of an eye, the copper coins rose past the knees, and as soon as the scholar lifted his foot to stand on the coins, they quickly submerged past the ankles. Within moments, the room, measuring about 10 square meters, was filled with a thick layer of copper coins, about 3 to 4 feet deep. The old man then glanced at the scholar and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" The scholar was ecstatic and exclaimed to the old man, "It's enough, more than enough." The old man waved his hand, and immediately, the cascade of copper coins ceased. Then, he locked the door with the scholar and left the room. The scholar was initially thrilled and believed himself to have become rich as a result. However, when he went to the secret chamber to retrieve the money to spend, he discovered that all the money in the room had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the dozen or so copper coins he had originally taken out scattered on the floor. Disappointed and infuriated, the scholar stormed off to find the old man, accusing him of deceiving him. Angered by the accusation, the old man retorted, "I befriended you because I admired your scholarship. We were merely acquaintances bonded by literature. How could I possibly engage in theft with you? If you wish to fulfill your desires, you'll have to seek out thieves as your companions. I regret that I cannot comply." With that, the old man angrily swept his sleeve and departed. The concubine struck the thieves. In the western outskirts of Edo County lived a wealthy man, who was a prominent figure in the local community. The wealthy man had a wife and also kept an exceptionally beautiful concubine. However, out of jealousy, the wealthy man's wife often subjected the concubine to various humiliations and torments, even resorting to cruel beatings. Despite this mistreatment, the concubine continued to serve her with respect and deference according to etiquette. Feeling sorry for the concubine, the wealthy man frequently comforted her with kind words in private, yet the concubine never complained to him about anything. One night, dozens of bandits scaled the wall and broke into the house, almost breaking down the door. The wealthy man and his wife were terrified at the sight of the bandits, trembling with fear and unsure of what to do. At that moment, the concubine suddenly stood up. Silently, she groped around in the dark room and found a water-carrying pole. With determination, she unlatched the door and rushed out swiftly. Seeing this, the bandits were thrown into confusion. The concubine brandished the pole, the wind whistling as the iron hook on it clanged loudly. In an instant, she knocked down 4 or 5 of the bandits, causing the rest to lose their fighting spirit and scatter in panic. In their haste, the bandits couldn't climb over the courtyard wall and fell to the ground, howling and crying as if they had lost their souls. The concubine planted the pole firmly on the ground, contemptuously watching them. She laughed and said, "You cowardly bunch, not even worth my effort. You dare to be bandits, but you're nothing but amateurs. I won't kill you, killing you would just dirty my hands." In the end, the concubine let all the thieves go free. The wealthy man was astonished at the sight. He asked the concubine, "How did you acquire such skill?" The concubine then revealed her situation to the wealthy man. It turned out that her father was once a master of martial arts, and she had learned martial arts from him since childhood. She had mastered all her father's skills, so even repelling 100 thieves was not difficult for her. The wealthy man's wife was terrified by the incident, but at the same time, she regretted her mistreatment of the concubine all along. From then on, the wealthy man's wife changed her attitude and treated the concubine kindly. Meanwhile, the concubine continued to serve the wealthy man's wife respectfully as before. Some women in the neighborhood secretly asked the concubine, "You repelled the bandits like driving away pigs and dogs. Why do you still submit to the wealthy man's wife and endure her beatings?" The concubine replied, "I am a concubine, and I must face my identity and do what is expected of me. How could I dare to say otherwise?" Upon hearing this, people admired the concubine even more for her virtue. At the end of the story, the author provides the following commentary. The concubine possessed extraordinary skills, yet no one in the wealthy man's household knew about them until she repelled the bandits. In the end, she also transformed the wealthy man's wife from being harsh and jealous to being kind. Master Jia shot down a wild chicken, causing his wife to smile with joy. Shui Wanche won the bet, and as a result, Princess Danyang rode home with him in the same carriage. It can be seen that those who have skills should showcase them, and not let their talents go unused. Expel the monster. There was a man named Xu Yuangong in Changshan County, a scholar from the Ming Dynasty period. Since the Qing Dynasty replaced the Ming Dynasty, he abandoned his aspiration to study and become an official, instead turning to the study of Taoism to expel evil spirits for the people of the county. Xu Yuangong visited renowned masters, diligently studied Taoist techniques, gradually learned some skills of drawing talismans to expel ghosts, and thereby gained some reputation in the vicinity of Changshan County. Upon hearing that he possessed these skills, an official from a neighboring county sent gifts and a letter inviting him to attend a banquet. When Xu Yuangong asked the messenger about the purpose of the invitation, the servant replied, "I don't know. My master only instructed me to earnestly invite you to come." Xu Yuangong had no choice but to follow the servant to the official's house. Xu Yuangong arrived at the official's house and saw that the banquet was already set up in the hall. The host treated him with great respect, but never mentioned the reason for inviting him to the banquet. Unable to bear it any longer, Xu Yuangong asked the official, "What exactly do you want me to do? Please tell me the truth and dispel my doubts." However, the official claimed to have no ulterior motives and continued to urge Xu Yuangong to drink. Despite this, he remained evasive in his speech, leaving Xu Yuangong perplexed. As they conversed, the evening grew late, and the official invited Xu Yuangong to continue drinking in the garden. The garden was constructed with elegance, but the bamboo grove was tangled and disorderly. In the evening, the tall bamboo swayed in the wind, creating a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. It seemed that the garden had not been tended to for a long time, with various wildflowers growing in clusters, most of them obscured by weeds. They arrived at a small building, where the eaves and corridors were covered with intricately woven spider webs. The webs, large and small, crisscrossed in every direction, countless in number. After several rounds of drinking, as the sky darkened, the host instructed the servants to light candles and urged Xu Yuangong to continue drinking. Xu Yuangong declined, claiming to have had too much already. The host then instructed the servants to remove the wine and food and invited Xu Yuangong to have tea instead. The servants hurriedly removed the wine and food utensils, placing them all on a table in a room to the left of the small building, their expressions nervous and flustered. Before finishing the tea, the host made an excuse to leave, leaving the servants to guide Xu Yuangong to the room on the left side of the building to spend the night. They placed the candles on the table inside the room and hurriedly left, showing a lack of courtesy. Xu Yuangong speculated that they might have gone to fetch bedding to stay nearby and take care of him, but after a long wait, not a soul was to be seen. Xu Yuangong had no choice but to get up, close the door, and try to sleep. The moonlight shone through the window, casting a glow on the bed, while the night birds and autumn insects chirped outside. Shu Yuangong began to feel afraid and found it impossible to fall asleep. After a while, there came a thud-thud sound from the partition, as if someone were kicking the floor heavily and loudly. Then the sound seemed to descend the stairs and approach the room where Shu Yuangong was staying. Shu Yuangong was greatly terrified, his hair standing on end, and he quickly covered his head with the blanket. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the door swung wide open. Shu Yuangong peeked out from under the covers and saw a monster with the face of a beast and the body of a man standing in the room. The creature was covered in long, dark mane-like hair, with 2 rows of sharp teeth gleaming in its mouth, and its eyes shining like torches. Shortly after, the monster bent down to lick the leftover food on the plate, and wherever its tongue passed, the plate became as clean as if it had been washed. Then the monster approached the bed to sniff at Shu Yuangong's blanket. At that moment, Shu Yuangong suddenly sat up, flipped the blanket over, and covered the monster's head. He held the monster tightly and shouted loudly. The monster seemed startled too, struggling frantically to break free from Shu Yuangong's grasp. Then it opened the door and fled. Shu Yuangong quickly put on his clothes and tried to escape, but the garden gate had been locked from the outside, trapping him inside. He had no choice but to flee along the wall, until he found a low wall and leaped over it. On the other side of the low wall was the host's stable, where the stableman was shocked to see him. Shu Yuangong explained the situation to the stableman and asked to stay there for the night. As dawn approached, the official sent people to inquire about Shu Yuangong's whereabouts. The servants were terrified when they found that Shu Yuangong was nowhere to be seen inside the small building. Eventually, they found Shu Yuangong near the stable. Shu Yuangong emerged from the stable, extremely angry, and said, "I am not accustomed to driving away demons and capturing monsters. Since you asked me to expel the monster, yet kept it secret from me. I had the weapons for expelling monsters in my package, but you did not deliver them to my place. Were you trying to harm me?" The host could only apologize, saying, "I did intend to inform you, but I was afraid you would refuse to come. Besides, I didn't know there were weapons for expelling evil spirits in your package. Please forgive me for this." Shu Yuangong remained discontented with the situation. He asked the official for a horse and rode away. Unexpectedly, from that moment on, the monster miraculously disappeared. Later, whenever the official held banquets in the garden, he would always smile and say to the guests, "Now, there are no more disturbances from monsters in the house, all thanks to Shu Yuangong." At the end of the story, the author has the following commentary. People often say, it doesn't matter if it's a yellow cat or a black cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. This is not an empty phrase. If Shu Yuangong, after covering the monster with the blanket and shouting loudly, could have concealed his fear and boldly claimed that the monster's escape was the result of his own spell casting, people would surely say that Shu Yuangong was truly a powerful wizard. The younger sister marrying in place of the elder sister. During the Ming Dynasty, there was a grand academician named Mao Ji in Yi County. Mao Ji came from a humble background, as his father supported the family by herding cattle for others. At that time, there was also a prominent family in the county, whose head, Zhang, had built a new tomb for their deceased elder on the southern foothills of Dongshan. One day, as someone passed by the Zhang family's tomb, they heard a voice from within chastising them, saying, "Hurry up and move away, don't disturb the original owner's residence." The person reported this to Zhang, but he did not believe it at first. However, Zhang began to receive warnings in his dreams, with the voice saying, "Your family's new burial ground was originally the cemetery of Mr. Mao. How can you occupy it for so long?" Subsequently, misfortunes befell the Zhang family. Friends advised Zhang to relocate the new tomb elsewhere, and finally, he accepted their advice and moved the tomb. Once, when Mao Ji's father was herding cattle, he passed by the original tomb of the Zhang family. Suddenly, a heavy rain began to pour, forcing him to seek shelter in the abandoned tomb. Before long, the rain intensified, causing water to rush into the tomb, and Mao's father tragically drowned in the rising water. At that time, Mao Ji was still a child. Mao's mother had no choice but to personally seek out Zhang, hoping to find a place to bury her husband. When Zhang learned the surname of the deceased, he was greatly surprised. Upon inspecting the site where Mao's father had drowned, he realized it was the very place where his ancestors had once laid coffins, which filled him with even greater horror. Consequently, Zhang allowed Mao's father to be buried in the tomb of his own ancestors and invited Mao's mother to bring Mao Ji to visit. After the burial, Mao's mother and Mao Ji went to thank Zhang. Upon seeing Mao Ji, Zhang was delighted and decided to keep him in his home, even teaching him to read and treating him like his own son. Zhang also proposed marrying his eldest daughter to Mao Ji, which initially frightened Mao's mother. However, Zhang's wife reassured her, saying, "Since my husband has already spoken, he will not go back on his word." In the end, Mao's mother agreed wholeheartedly. However, Zhang's eldest daughter looked down on the Mao family. She often displayed her dislike and resentment for the situation in her expressions and words. Whenever someone mentioned the Mao family in her presence, she would cover her ears and refuse to listen. She often told others, "Even if I die, I will never marry the son of a cattle herder." Later, when the two were holding their wedding ceremony, with the groom seated at the banquet and the bridal sedan chair parked at the door, the eldest daughter covered her face with her sleeve and wept in a corner. Despite the maids urging her to dress up, she refused, and their attempts to persuade her were in vain. After a while, when the groom proposed to take the bride home, music played in the hall, but the eldest daughter remained in the inner room with her hair disheveled, weeping uncontrollably. Zhang asked the groom to wait a while longer and personally went into the room to persuade his daughter, but she continued to cry, ignoring his words. Angrily, Zhang forced his daughter into the sedan chair, but she cried even harder, leaving Zhang feeling helpless. At that moment, a servant came to the inner chamber and relayed the message. "The groom is about to leave." Zhang hurriedly came out and told the groom. My daughter has not finished dressing yet, please wait a moment longer. Then, he rushed back into the inner room to persuade his daughter once again. Despite his repeated attempts, the eldest daughter remained unrelenting. Zhang was at a loss, feeling anxious and desperate, even contemplating suicide. Seeing this, the younger daughter felt that her sister was in the wrong and joined her father in pleading with her. The eldest daughter angrily retorted, "You little brat, meddling in others' business. Why don't you marry him yourself?" The younger daughter replied calmly, "Father never promised to marry me to Mao Ji. If he did, why would my sister need to persuade me to get into the sedan chair?" Hearing her daughter's straightforward words, Zhang secretly discussed with his wife and decided to let the younger daughter marry into the Mao family instead of the elder one. Zhang's wife immediately asked the younger daughter, "That disobedient girl doesn't listen to her parents. Now we want you to take her place. Will you agree?" Without hesitation, the younger daughter replied, "If my parents ask me to marry, even if it's to a beggar, I dare not refuse. Besides, who's to say Mao Ji will ultimately starve to death?" Delighted by her response, the parents quickly dressed the younger daughter in the elder daughter's wedding attire and hurriedly sent her off in the carriage. After the younger daughter entered the groom's home, the couple's relationship was very harmonious. However, the younger daughter had always had sparse hair since childhood, which Mao Ji sometimes regretted. As time passed, he came to realize that the woman he married was not the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. It was actually the younger daughter who had replaced her sister to spare their father from embarrassment. Therefore, he regarded his wife even more as a confidant and felt grateful to her. Some time later, Mao Ji passed the examination for the position of Xiuzai and was preparing to participate in the upcoming provincial examination. He passed by the Wang family inn. Unexpectedly, the innkeeper had dreamed of a deity the night before. The deity told the innkeeper, "Tomorrow, a guest surnamed Mao will come from the east to stay at your inn. He is the one who will help you overcome your troubles in the future." The next morning, the innkeeper specifically looked out for guests coming from the east. When he saw Mao Ji, the innkeeper was overjoyed and provided him with extremely sumptuous food and drink, refusing to accept any payment. The innkeeper solemnly told Mao Ji about the prophecy he had dreamed of the night before and asked him to help him when he encountered trouble. Mao Ji promised him. Mao Ji was somewhat conceited. He often secretly thought, "My wife's sparse hair looked unattractive. If I become an official in the future, my colleagues will definitely laugh at me behind my back when they see my wife. When I become wealthy and prosperous, I should remarry another wife." Later, after the provincial examination ended, Mao Ji unexpectedly failed. He sighed with regret, walked with heavy steps, feeling frustrated, disheartened, and disappointed. Feeling ashamed, Mao Ji was too embarrassed to visit the innkeeper and dared not pass by the Wang family inn, so he had to take a different route home. 3 years later, Mao Ji participated in the provincial examination again. Passing by the Wang family inn, the innkeeper still greeted Mao Ji as warmly as before. Mao Ji said to the innkeeper, "It seems that your previous words did not come true. 3 years ago, I received your hospitality but could not repay it. I feel guilty." The innkeeper replied, "It was your previous thoughts of remarrying that caused the underworld officials to cancel your good fortune. This does not mean that my previous dream cannot come true." Shocked by these words, Mao Ji asked the innkeeper why he said that. The innkeeper then told him everything. It turned out that after parting with Mao Ji, the innkeeper had another dream in which a deity revealed everything to him. Hearing this, Mao Ji was awakened with a sense of shame and regret. He stood there dumbfounded, like a puppet. The innkeeper told Mao Ji, "Mr. Mao, you should cherish yourself. Good fortune will come back to you." Soon after, Mao Ji indeed ranked first in the provincial examination. Moreover, Mao Ji's wife's hair slowly began to grow back, her jet black hair shining like clouds, adding a touch of charm to her appearance. As for the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, she later married the son of a wealthy man in the town and was proud of it. However, her husband was dissolute and lazy, and their family gradually fell into poverty. Their house became empty, and they couldn't even afford to buy groceries. Hearing that her younger sister had become the wife of a juran, she felt even more ashamed and deliberately avoided her sister when walking. Not long after, the eldest daughter's husband passed away, and their family's fortunes declined further. Coincidentally, at this time, Mao Ji passed the imperial examination and became an official. Upon hearing this news, the eldest daughter bitterly regretted her actions, so she angrily became a nun. When Mao Ji returned home as a high-ranking official, the eldest daughter reluctantly sent an unshaven female disciple to Mao's residence to greet him, hoping that her sister would give her some money. The female disciple went to Mao's residence, where Mrs. Mao gave her several pieces of fine silk and satin, with a large sum of silver hidden inside. However, she did not reveal the hidden silver to the female disciple. The female disciple brought back the gifts from Mrs. Mao to her master. Disappointed, the master grumbled, "If she had given me money, I could have bought provisions. Silks and satins are of no use to me. What do I need them for?" So, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family ordered the silk and satin to be returned. Mao Ji and his wife were puzzled by this gesture. When they opened the package and found the silver untouched, they realized that the eldest daughter of the Zhang family had not looked at the gifts they sent. So they took out some money and, smiling, said to the female disciple, "It seems that your master cannot even handle the fortune of over 100 taels of silver. Giving her more money might not be a good idea after all." With that, Mrs. Mao handed 50 taels of silver to the female disciple and said, "Take this to cover your master's expenses. Giving her too much might burden her with misfortune." The female disciple returned to the temple and told her master about what had happened. Upon hearing this, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family fell silent, overwhelmed with emotion. Reflecting on her life, she realized she had always acted contrary to what was right. Whenever there was good fortune, she avoided it. Whenever there was calamity, she approached it. Perhaps this was fate after all. Later, the innkeeper of the Wang family inn was arrested and imprisoned for a murder case. Mao Ji made every effort to find evidence to exonerate him, and eventually, the innkeeper was acquitted of all charges. At the end of the story, the author provides a commentary. He says, "The ancestral tomb of the Mao family ended up burying members of the Zhang family, while the old tomb of the Zhang family became the new tomb of the Mao family. This is truly remarkable. I've also heard jokes about how an older brother-in-law eventually becomes a younger brother-in-law. It just shows that even the smartest person can't predict what will happen in the future. Oh my! The heavens are so far from us, and there are things beyond the understanding of us mortals. But why did Mr. Mao Ji receive such revelations?" The Little Hound. There was a literati named Wei Zhozhua from Shaanxi. When he was still a scholar, tired of the busy affairs at home, he moved into a temple to live. However, the monks' quarters were infested with many bedbugs, mosquitoes, and fleas, making it difficult for Wei Zhozhua to sleep at night. One day, after finishing his meal, Wei Zhozhua was lying on his bed resting. Suddenly, a little warrior about 2 inches tall entered the monk's quarters. The little warrior had a pheasant tail on his head and was riding a grasshopper-sized horse. He wore green leather gloves with a fly-sized falcon perched on top. The little warrior moved around the room, sometimes walking, sometimes running, while his falcon flew around the room. As Wei Zhozhua watched intently, another little person dressed like the warrior arrived in the monk's quarters, except he had a small bow and arrow at his waist and was leading a hound the size of a large ant. After a while, more walking and riding warriors arrived in the monk's quarters, numbering in the hundreds. There were hundreds of falcons and hundreds of little hounds too. Whenever a mosquito or fly flew up in the room, the little warriors released their falcons to swoop down and kill the insects. The hounds climbed onto the beds and walls, finding and eating bedbugs or fleas, even those hiding in crevices. None escaped their detection. In no time, the insects in the room were almost completely eradicated. Wei Zhozhua pretended to be asleep but observed surreptitiously. At one point, he saw a falcon land on him, and the hounds came running around him. Then, a man dressed in yellow robes, wearing a flat crown like a king, entered the room and climbed onto another bed, hitching his chariot to a mat. His attendants dismounted and presented mosquitoes, flies, bedbugs, and fleas to the king, then gathered around him, talking inaudibly. Shortly after, the king boarded his chariot, and his attendants quickly mounted their horses, galloping away in a whirlwind of dust, disappearing in an instant. Wei Zhozhua observed all of this clearly. He felt deeply amazed and wondered where these little creatures had come from. He put on his shoes and looked outside but saw no trace of them and heard no sound. Wei Zhozhua looked around the monk's quarters, but there was nothing to be seen. Finally, he spotted a stray little hound on the wall tiles. He quickly caught the little hound, which proved to be very tame. Wei Zhozhua placed the little hound in the box on the inkstone stand and observed it repeatedly. He noticed that the fur of the little hound was very fine, and it had a small collar around its neck. Wei Zhozhua tried to feed it rice grains, but it only sniffed and then walked away. The little hound jumped onto the bed, searching in the seams of clothes, biting and killing all the lice and fleas on the bed, then returning to the box to rest. The next morning, Wei Zhozhua thought the little hound had left, but when he looked in the box, he found it still there. Whenever Wei Zhozhua lay down, the little hound would jump onto the bed and kill any insects it found, not sparing a single mosquito or fly. Wei Zhozhua loved the little hound more than precious jewels. One day, while Wei Zhozhua was napping, the little hound lay silently beside him. When he woke up and rolled over, he accidentally crushed the little hound under his waist. Feeling something under him, he realized it might be the little hound and quickly got up to check. Indeed, the little hound had been flattened and killed. It was as thin as if it had been cut with scissors. However, after that, there were no more insects in the room. Chess Ghost. Liang Gong, the deputy general from Yangzhou, retired from his official position and returned to his hometown to reside. Every day, he would bring along his chess set and wine, amusing himself among the trees, hills, and rocks. One day happened to be the Double Ninth Festival, a day when people nearby would go out to climb high and enjoy themselves. Liang Gong also found a picturesque spot to play chess with his friends. Suddenly, a man walked up to Liang Gong and stood by the chessboard, attentively studying the game without any intention of leaving. Liang Gong glanced at the man and noticed his shabby appearance, but his demeanor was cultured and gentle, indicating he was a scholar. Liang Gong courteously invited him to join them, and after much humble refusal, the scholar finally sat down, remaining modest throughout. Pointing to the chessboard, Liang Gong said, "Sir, you must be skilled in this game. Why not play a game with my friend?" The scholar hesitated but eventually agreed to play. After the first game, the scholar lost and became visibly agitated, appearing increasingly unable to control his emotions. As they began another round, he lost again, growing even more ashamed and frustrated. Feeling increasingly ashamed and frustrated, the scholar refused to drink the wine poured by Liang Gong and instead pulled Liang Gong's friend into another game of chess. They played from dawn until nightfall, completely ignoring their bodily needs. Just as the two were arguing over a chess move, the scholar suddenly left his seat and stood up in fear, his expression miserable and defeated. After a brief pause, he knelt before Liang Gong, bowing his head until it bled, begging for help. Astonished and puzzled, Liang Gong rose to assist the scholar, saying, "Chess is just a game, there's no need for such distress." The scholar replied, "Please, you must instruct your stableman not to tie my neck." Perplexed by this, Liang Gong asked, "Who is this stableman?" The scholar answered, "His name is Ma Cheng." Previously, Liang Gong had heard that his stableman Ma Cheng could communicate with ghosts. Every 10 days or so, he would journey to the underworld as a messenger of the dead. Finding the situation bizarre, Liang Gong sent someone to check on Ma Cheng, who had been lying stiff in bed for 2 days. Liang Gong's servant scolded Ma Cheng to get up, but at that moment, the scholar disappeared without a trace. After pondering for a long time, Liang Gong finally realized that the scholar was a ghost. One day later, Ma Cheng finally woke up, and Liang Gong summoned him to inquire about the situation. Ma Cheng said, "The scholar you saw the other day was originally from Xiangyang, Hubei province. He was addicted to chess and spared no expense for it. His father, worried about him, locked him in the study, but he always escaped over the wall and led his chess friends to quiet and deserted places to continue playing. When his father found out, he scolded him harshly, but could never stop him from playing chess. Eventually, his father died of anger and sorrow. Yama punished the scholar for causing his father's death by shortening his lifespan and sending him to the hungry ghost hell, where he has been for 7 years now. When the Grand Divine Eastern Yu Emperor's Eastern Yu Phoenix Tower was completed, official documents were sent to the underworld, summoning deceased literati to compose inscriptions for the tower. Yama took the scholar out of hell to handle this matter, hoping to atone for his sins. However, he procrastinated and missed the deadline for writing the inscriptions. The Dongyue Great Emperor was furious and sent an officer on duty to the underworld to question Yama. Yama, also angry, sent us to apprehend him. I didn't use a rope to tie him up because I heard your orders. Liang Gong asked. How is the scholar doing today? Ma Cheng replied. He has been handed over to the underworld officials for trial. It is feared that he will never be reincarnated again. Liang Gong sighed and said, Who would have thought that an addiction could lead to such misfortune? At the end of the story, the author provides the following commentary. To see that chess could make someone disregard their family and their own life, and then become a ghost because of it, with no chance of reincarnation due to chess, does he believe that the thing he loves is more important than life itself? When an addiction reaches such an extreme level, yet the skill remains mediocre, it only results in the underworld gaining another chess ghost who can never be reincarnated. Truly, it is a sorrowful sight. White Lotus Sect. There was a man from Shaanxi in the White Lotus sect, whose name I have forgotten. He resembled Shu Hongru, the leader of the White Lotus sect. This man often used unorthodox methods to deceive the people, and those who admired his magical abilities would become his disciples. One day, as the man from Shaanxi was preparing to leave, he placed a basin in the hall, covering it with another basin. He instructed a disciple to sit beside it and guard it, strictly forbidding the disciple from lifting the cover to peek inside. After he left, out of curiosity, the disciple lifted the cover and saw clear water inside the basin. Floating on the water was a finely crafted grass-woven boat, complete with mast and sail, looking exquisite and adorable. Intrigued, the disciple used his fingers to play with the boat, accidentally tipping it over. Terrified, the disciple quickly restored the boat to its original position and covered the basin again. Soon, the man from Shaanxi returned and angrily reprimanded the disciple, asking why he had disobeyed his command. The disciple immediately defended himself, claiming he hadn't disobeyed. The man from Shaanxi then said, "Earlier, the boat in the sea capsized. How could you deceive me?" Another night, the man from Shaanxi lit a large candle in the hall. He cautioned his disciple to carefully guard the candle and prevent it from being extinguished by the wind before leaving. As the night wore on and the man still hadn't returned, the disciple grew extremely tired and decided to rest on the bed for a while. However, upon waking up, the disciple found that the large candle had been extinguished. Hastily, he got up and relit it. Not long after, the man from Shaanxi returned and once again reproached the disciple. The disciple protested, "I really didn't sleep. How could the candle have gone out?" The man from Shaanxi, angered, retorted, "You made me walk over 10 miles in the darkness just now, and now you dare deceive me." The disciple was greatly horrified upon hearing this. There were many more strange incidents like this, too numerous to recount. Later, the man from Shaanxi discovered that his beloved concubine was having an affair with his disciple. Although he knew about it, he pretended not to and kept silent. He sent his disciple to feed the pigs, and as soon as the disciple entered the pigsty, he immediately transformed into a pig. The man from Shaanxi promptly called the butcher to slaughter the pig, and the meat was sold without anyone knowing its origin. Concerned about his son's absence, the disciple's father came to the temple to inquire about his whereabouts. The man from Shaanxi lied, claiming that the disciple hadn't been to the temple for a long time. Despite the efforts of the disciple's family to search for him, there was still no news. A fellow member who knew the truth secretly revealed the situation to the disciple's father. Consequently, the disciple's father reported the man from Shaanxi to the county magistrate. Fearing the man from Shaanxi might escape, the magistrate dared not arrest him but reported the matter to higher authorities. The higher officials dispatched 1,000 soldiers, surrounded his residence, and captured his wife and children as well. The soldiers imprisoned the man from Shaanxi's family in wooden cages on carts, preparing to escort them to the capital for trial. Along the way, as they passed through the Taihang Mountains, a giant suddenly appeared. The giant was as tall as a tree, with eyes as large as bowls, a mouth as big as a basin, and teeth about a foot long. The soldiers were petrified and dared not move forward. The man from Shaanxi told the soldiers, "This is a monster, and my wife can defeat it." Following his instructions, the soldiers released his wife. Armed with a spear, his wife approached the giant, enraging it, and in a single breath, it swallowed her whole. Witnessing this, the soldiers became even more terrified. The man from Shaanxi said, "Since it has killed my wife, now my son is needed to defeat it." Consequently, the soldiers released the man from Shaanxi's son, who was also devoured just like his mother. Everyone present was at a loss, not knowing what to do. The man from Shaanxi, crying and angry, said, "This monster has killed my wife and son. How can I stand by? Now, I must personally take action. Reluctantly, the soldiers released him from the cage and gave him a weapon, sending him into battle. The giant approached menacingly, and after a prolonged battle, it once again captured the man from Shaanxi and swallowed him whole. Stretching its neck, it devoured the man from Shaanxi before leaving calmly. Two lamps. Wei Yunwang was a native of Penshuan village in Yidu Prefecture, born into a prominent family. However, as the fortunes of the Wei family declined, they could no longer afford to educate him. Wei Yunwang ceased his studies in his 20s and began working with his father-in-law, selling wine. One night, Wei Yunwang was sleeping alone in the wine shop when he suddenly heard footsteps downstairs. Startled, he sat up, listening intently. The footsteps grew closer, ascending the stairs, each step louder than the last. Before long, he saw two maidservants carrying lamps approaching his bed. Behind them was a young scholar, leading a young lady. The two approached the bed with smiles on their faces. Wei Yunwang was greatly surprised, but then he thought they might be fox spirits. With this in mind, he stood up straight, too afraid to look them in the eyes. The scholar smiled and said to Wei Yunwang, "You don't need to be suspicious. My sister has a karmic connection with you from a past life, which is why I brought her here." Wei Yunwang glanced at the scholar, dressed in splendid attire, feeling ashamed of his own humble appearance and filled with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. The scholar then left the lamp behind and departed with the maidservants. Wei Yunwang gazed at the young lady under the light of the lamp, finding her charming and ethereal like a fairy. He felt a strong affection for her but also felt ashamed and unable to jest. The young lady looked at Wei Yunwang and said with a smile, "You're not just a bookworm, so why act so humble?" She then approached the bed, placing her hand in Wei Yunwang's embrace for warmth. Wei Yunwang finally smiled and grew closer to her. Before the morning bells rang, the two maidservants came to take the young lady away. Wei Yunwang made an appointment to meet her again at night. True to her word, the young lady came again at night, smiling as she said, "Where did you get such luck, my foolish boy? Getting such a beautiful woman without spending a penny, and she even comes to you willingly every night." Seeing no one else around, Wei Yunwang felt happy and brought out wine for them to drink, playing games together. However, the young lady won 9 out of 10 times. The young lady smiled and said, "Why don't I be the banker, and you guess? If you guess correctly, you win, if not, you lose. If I guess, you won't have a chance to win." Wei Yunwang followed the young lady's suggestion, and they happily played into the late night. When it was time to sleep, the young lady told Wei Yunwang, "Last night, I found your bedding here uncomfortable and cold." She then had the maidservants bring out the blankets they had brought, spreading them out on the bed, luxurious and fragrant. Soon, they undressed and lay close together. From then on, they spent every day like this. Half a year later, Wei Yunwang returned home. It was a moonlit night, and he was talking with his wife by the window when suddenly he saw the young lady, dressed in splendid attire, sitting on the wall and waving to him. Approaching her, she grabbed his hand and led him over the wall. Holding Wei Yunwang's hand, the young lady told him, "Today, we must part ways. Please walk with me for a few steps, to symbolize the affection we've shared over the past 6 months." Surprised, Wei Yunwang asked for the reason, but the young lady replied, "The ties of fate are predetermined. Do I need to explain more?" As they conversed, they reached the outskirts of the village, where the 2 maidservants were waiting with lamps. They continued on to the southern mountain, ascending to a high point, where the young lady bid farewell to Wei Yunwang. Knowing he couldn't keep her, Wei Yunwang let her go. He stood there, feeling restless, watching as the lamps held by the maidservants flickered, gradually receding into the distance until they disappeared from sight. Eventually, feeling melancholic, he returned home. That night, the 2 lamps on the mountain were seen by all the villagers. Catching the fox and shooting the ghost. Li Zhuming was the son of Mr. Li Jinjua, the magistrate of Suining County. He was generous and never faltered in his actions. Li Zhuming was also the cousin of Mr. Wang Jiliang from Xincheng. Mr. Wang Jiliang's house had many towers, where strange phenomena were often witnessed. During the summer, Li Zhuming once stayed at Mr. Wang Jiliang's house and enjoyed spending his nights cooling off on the towers. Despite warnings of the eerie happenings on the tower, Li Zhuming merely laughed them off and insisted on having a bed placed there for his comfort. Mr. Wang Jiliang had no choice but to comply, instructing a servant to accompany him on the tower. However, Li Zhuming declined, stating, "I prefer to sleep alone. I have never known fear in my life." Unable to do anything else, Mr. Wang Jiliang could only instruct the servants to light a stick of incense in the censer for him, ask him which way his feet pointed when he slept, extinguish the candle accordingly, close the door, and leave. After lying on the pillow for a while, Li Zhuming suddenly saw the teacup on the table tilting and spinning under the moonlight, neither falling nor stopping. With a loud reprimand from Li Zhuming, the teacup made a sound and immediately stopped. Then, as if someone had pulled out the incense, it began to sway in the air, drawing flower-like patterns. Li Zhuming got up and reprimanded. "What kind of ghost dares to be so audacious?" Then, he sat up naked, intending to seize it. Li Zhuming stretched his feet under the bed to find his shoes, but only found one. Without further searching, he rushed barefoot to swat at the incense, which promptly returned to the censer, leaving the surroundings silent and motionless. Stooping to grope the dark corners, something suddenly struck his cheek, as if it were a shoe, but he found nothing when he searched. Afterward, he opened the door and went downstairs, calling for the servants. He lit a candle and searched all over the attic, but found nothing. Then, he returned to bed and went to sleep. In the morning, Li Zhuming had a few people search for the other shoe again. They lifted the mats, moved the wooden bed, but still couldn't find it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang Jiliang could only provide him with a new pair of shoes. However, the next day, Li Zhuming looked up and saw a shoe wedged between the rafters. Taking it down, he found it was the missing shoe. Li Zhuming's hometown was Yidu, and he had also stayed in the residence of the Sun family in Sichuan County. The Sun family's residence was large, with many empty rooms left unused. The southern courtyard of the Sun family faced a tall pavilion, with only a wall separating it from the room where Li Zhuming stayed. He often saw the door of the pavilion opening and closing by itself, but he didn't pay much attention to it. One day, while chatting with the servants in the yard, the door of the pavilion suddenly opened, revealing a small figure. The small figure sat facing north, standing less than 3 feet tall, wearing a green robe and white socks. Despite the servants gesturing and looking at him, he remained still. Li Zhuming said to everyone, "This must be a fox spirit." He quickly ordered the servants to fetch bows and arrows, ready to shoot at the pavilion door. When the small figure saw this, it emitted a mocking "ya-ya" laugh and then disappeared, never to appear again. Li Zhuming then climbed the pavilion with a knife, cursing as he searched, but ultimately found nothing and had to return disappointed. Strange occurrences ceased from then on. Li Zhuming lived in the Sun family's residence for several more years without any incident. Li Zhuming's eldest son, Li Yusan, is my relative by marriage, and this incident was witnessed by him firsthand. At the end of the story, the author adds this commentary. I regret being born too late to meet Mr. Li Zhuming in person. But from what I've heard from the elders, he was probably a generous and resolute man. From these two incidents, his demeanor can be roughly inferred. As long as one has the spirit of righteousness in their heart, what is there to fear from ghosts and fox spirits? Muddy Scholar. In the village of Luo, there was a man named Chen Dai who was dull and ugly since childhood. Later, Chen Dai married a wife who was very beautiful. Chen's wife often felt dissatisfied with her husband, believing him inferior to other men. Despite her inner turmoil, she remained chaste and composed, and there were no conflicts between her and her mother-in-law. One night, while Chen's wife was sleeping alone, she suddenly heard a gust of wind blow open the door, and a scholar walked in. The scholar took off his clothes, removed his hat, and approached Chen's wife, intending to sleep with her. Terrified, Chen's wife resisted desperately, but she felt weak to the bone, unable to resist the advances of the scholar. Since then, the scholar came every night without fail. Over a month later, Chen's wife became haggard, and her mother-in-law, sensing something amiss, asked her about the reason. At first, Chen's wife felt ashamed and reluctant to reveal the truth, but after repeated inquiries from her mother-in-law, she finally confessed. Shocked, the mother-in-law exclaimed, "This is the work of a demon." The Chen family tried various methods to stop the scholar from coming, but none were effective. So, the mother-in-law instructed Chen Dai to hide in the house, holding a wooden stick, and wait in secret. In the middle of the night, the scholar indeed returned. He placed his hat on the table and took off his robe, hanging it on the clothes rack. Just as the scholar was about to get into bed, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, there's the scent of another living person." Saying this, he hurriedly put his clothes back on. Chindai leaped out from the darkness and struck the scholar on his waist with the wooden stick, producing a thud with each blow. Chindai looked around, but the scholar had already disappeared. The couple lit a torch and saw a mud-stained garment lying on the ground, with a muddy hat left on the edge of the table. Repaying debt as a donkey. Mr. Li Zhuming has always been generous and willing to give alms. Once, there was a fellow villager working for him at his home. This fellow villager had been wandering around since childhood, lazy by nature, unwilling to engage in farming, and gradually falling into poverty. However, he had some skills and could do odd jobs, so Mr. Li Zhuming, out of friendship, would give him more rewards than other hired workers. Sometimes, when the fellow villager ran out of rice to cook in the morning, he would plead with Mr. Li Zhuming to borrow some grains, and Mr. Li Zhuming would always give him some to ease his urgent need. One day, the fellow villager said to Mr. Li Zhuming, "I rely on your generous assistance every day to feed my family of 3 or 4 and prevent them from starving, but this cannot be sustained for long. Please lend me a bag of green beans as capital." Mr. Li Zhuming gladly agreed and immediately ordered his servant to fetch the green beans for him. The fellow villager took the green beans, but more than a year later, he had not repaid a single bit. When Mr. Li Zhuming inquired about it later, he found out that the capital from that bag of green beans had vanished without a trace. Feeling sorry for his poverty, Mr. Li Zhuming let the matter slide and didn't pursue the debt. Later, in order to have a quiet environment for reading, Mr. Li Zhuming lived in a temple. After more than 3 years had passed, one day he suddenly dreamt that the fellow villager had come to the temple. The fellow villager said to him, "I have come to repay the green bean money I owed you." Mr. Li Zhuming comforted him, saying, "If I really wanted you to repay, the amount you owe me altogether would be impossible to calculate." The fellow villager, with a sorrowful expression, said, "That may be true in some cases. But if someone has received thousands of silver taels for something they have done, they may not need to repay. However, if they have received assistance for no reason, even the slightest bit cannot be left unsettled, let alone the fact that I owe you so much money." With that, he walked away directly. Mr. Li Zhuming woke up feeling puzzled and perplexed. Not long after, someone from the household reported to Li Zhuming, saying, "Last night, our donkey gave birth to a very healthy foal." Suddenly, Mr. Li Zhuming understood and speculated. Could it be that the foal is my fellow villager? A few days later, Mr. Li Zhuming returned home and saw the foal. He jokingly called out the fellow villager's name, and to his surprise, the foal came running to him as if it understood his words. From then on, Mr. Li Zhuming referred to the foal by the name of that fellow villager. One year, when Mr. Li Zhuming rode the little donkey to Qingzhou, the eunuch in the Prince Heng's mansion took a liking to the little donkey and wanted to buy it at a high price. Before the price could be negotiated, however, Mr. Li Zhuming had urgent matters at home and had to leave. Another year passed, and the little donkey was tied in the same manger as a stallion. Unfortunately, the stallion bit through the donkey's shin bone, and the injury couldn't be healed. Mr. Li Zhuming called for a veterinarian, who, upon seeing the donkey, said to Mr. Li Zhuming, "Please entrust the donkey to me. I will treat and nurse it morning and night. If by chance it can be cured in the future, I will sell it and split the proceeds with you." Mr. Li Zhuming agreed to his request. Several months later, the veterinarian healed the donkey and sold it for 1,800 coins. Subsequently, as per the agreement, the veterinarian returned half of the money to Mr. Li Zhuming. Mr. Li Zhuming suddenly realized that the amount of money exactly matched the price of the green beans he had given to his fellow villager. Alas! Debts from this world must be repaid even in the afterlife. Perhaps, this is the best advice for all mankind. The Landlady. In Xiaqiao County, there was a man named Wang Bing. One day, as Wang Bing was leaving the village, he saw a beautiful woman emerging from the temple of the local deity. The woman was very attentive to him, and there was even a flirtatious exchange between them. Wang Bing was delighted and made some suggestive remarks to the woman, who surprisingly responded with apparent willingness. Since they couldn't get close right away, they agreed to meet again at night, and Wang Bing shared his whereabouts with the woman. At night, the beautiful woman indeed came, and the two of them indulged in pleasure. Wang Bing asked for the woman's name, but she insisted on not revealing it. From then on, the two continued to meet regularly. Sometimes, Wang Bing would be in bed with his wife, and the woman would also come and sleep with Wang Bing, yet his wife seemed oblivious to the presence of another person. Wang Bing, astonished, asked the woman for the reason behind this. She replied, "Because I am the landlady in the temple." Wang Bing was greatly shocked upon hearing this, fearing that the land deity would punish him for this. He wanted to sever ties with the woman quickly, but despite his efforts, he couldn't prevent her from coming to him. So it continued for half a year, with Wang Bing becoming weak and exhausted, bedridden all day, yet the visits from the beautiful woman grew even more frequent, to the extent that Wang Bing's wife could also see her presence. Soon after, Wang Bing indeed passed away, but the woman still persisted in visiting his home every day. Eventually, Wang Bing's wife couldn't bear it anymore and rebuked the woman, saying, "You shameless demon! He's already dead, what are you still doing here?" After this incident, the woman left and never returned. Although the land deity may be a minor deity, it is still a divine being. How could it allow its wife to elope with another? I believe it wouldn't be so foolish. I wonder what kind of creature that woman was, to make people still believe, even thousands of years later, that there was a vile and promiscuous deity in that village. It's truly unjust. Vocal mimicry. In our village, there once came a woman who appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old. She always carried a medicine pouch with her and would treat people in the village while also selling her herbs. However, when someone came to seek treatment, she never prescribed any medicine. Instead, she would tell them that she needed to summon the gods to help her craft a prescription in the evening. Then, at night, the woman would tidy up a clean little house and lock herself inside, claiming to await the arrival of the gods. Out of curiosity, villagers would gather outside the small house or lie by its windows, quietly listening to whatever happened inside. They dared not cough or speak loudly, each whispering quietly among themselves. As midnight approached, suddenly, the people heard the sound of curtains being drawn inside the house. The woman began speaking, saying, "Ah, has Jogu arrived?" Another woman's voice replied, "I'm here." The woman asked again, "Why is Lame also here with Jogu?" At this point, a voice that sounded like a servant girl answered, "I'm here too." Then, the three of them started chatting incessantly. After a while, they heard the sound of the door curtain being lifted again, and the woman said, "Liu Gu has arrived." Someone inside interjected. Chunmei also came with her little baby. Immediately after, another woman's voice said, "My son, he just wouldn't sleep unless he's with his old mother. He's already a hefty 180 pounds, so heavy to carry." Following this, they heard the woman's hospitable greetings, Jogu's questioning, Liu Gu's pleasantries, the chattering of the two servant girls, and the laughter of a child, creating a bustling and noisy scene. After a while, they heard the woman laughing and saying, "This little son is so amusing, he even brought a cat from afar." Gradually, the voices became sparse. Then, the curtain rustled again, and the whole room became noisy. Someone said, "Sigu, why did you come so late?" A small voice replied softly, "I had to walk over 1,000 miles, so I arrived late. Besides, I came with Aunt, who walks slower." Then, several people began to inquire about each other's well-being, and sounds of moving seats and fetching chairs emerged intermittently, making the small house lively again. It wasn't until after a meal that the room quieted down once more. At this point, the villagers outside the house heard the woman asking about the medicine needed for treatment. Jiogu thought ginseng should be used, Liu Gu suggested astragalus, and Sigu advocated for white atractylodes. After some deliberation, they heard Jiogu calling for someone to bring writing materials. Soon after, they heard the sound of paper folding, the clinking of pen caps being removed, and the grinding of ink. Later, they heard the table shaking as the pen was used, and finally, the rustling of packaging the medicine. After a while, the woman opened the curtain and walked out, calling for the patients to come and collect their prescriptions and medicine. She then turned back into the house, and they heard the farewells of the three women, the servants, the muted laughter of children, and the meowing of a cat, all mingled together. Jiogu's voice was clear and melodious, Liu Gu's voice slow and aged, Sigu's voice sweet and melodious, and with the voices of the three servants, each distinctive, they could tell who was speaking. The villagers were amazed to hear this and thought they had truly encountered immortals. However, when they took the medicine provided by the woman, they found it had no special effect. It wasn't until later that people realized it was all a form of vocal trickery. The woman had merely used her vocal mimicry to promote her medicine. Nonetheless, it must be said that her vocal mimicry indeed reached a miraculous level. This reminds me of something Wang Sini once told me. While he was passing by a market in the capital city, he heard the sound of someone playing musical instruments and singing. A crowd of people had gathered tightly around the stall, forming a wall. As he approached, he only saw a young man singing melodiously, keeping time by tapping his cheek with his fingers. There were no instruments around. He simply used his fingers to create a resonant sound, akin to the accompaniment of stringed instruments. It's also a form of vocal mimicry, isn't it? Brave Mouse. Yang Tianyi once told me a story like this. Once, he saw two mice emerge from a hole, but unfortunately, as soon as one of the mice came out, it was swallowed by a snake. The other mouse, upon witnessing this, widened its eyes like round peppercorns, appearing extremely resentful, but knowing it couldn't contend with the snake, it could only watch from afar, not daring to approach. At this moment, the snake seemed satiated and slithered into the hole. Just as the snake was halfway inside the hole, the remaining mouse quickly dashed forward and firmly bit the snake's tail. The snake, angered by the mouse's action, retreated and crawled out of the hole. The mouse, being agile, immediately fled upon seeing the snake emerge. Since the snake had just consumed a mouse and its body was heavy, it couldn't catch up and had to return to its original position. Just as it was about to enter the hole again, the mouse returned and once again bit the snake's tail. The cycle continued. Whenever the snake entered the hole, the mouse would bite its tail. Whenever the snake emerged, the mouse would flee. This confrontation lasted for a long time. Finally, the snake had no choice but to crawl out of the hole, regurgitating the dead mouse it had swallowed onto the ground. The other mouse approached, sniffed the dead mouse for a while, then chirped mournfully, as if mourning a friend. Subsequently, it carried away its deceased companion. My friend Zhang Liu was deeply moved by this story and even wrote a poem in honor of the brave mouse that fought the snake. Mr. Who See. In Laiwu, there was a man named Zhang Shui, who was the second brother of Zhang Daoi, the provincial education official of Shaanxi. He was known for his unrestrained and bold nature. Hearing that there were fox spirits dwelling in someone's residence in the county, he respectfully brought a name card and went to pay a visit, hoping to meet the foxes. Zhang Shui slid the name card through the crack of the door of the person's house, and after a while, the door suddenly opened on its own. The servants were astonished and frightened, backing away, but he straightened his clothes and respectfully walked into the house. Zhang Shui saw that the tables and couches in the hall were all there, but there was no one around, so he bowed and prayed to the empty room. "I have come to visit on purpose. Since the immortals have not shut me out, why not let me meet them face to face?" Suddenly, he heard someone in the empty room say, "Thank you for coming. It is indeed a rare visitor. Please have a seat and let's talk." Then, Zhang Shui saw two chairs move into position facing each other. As soon as he sat down on one of the chairs, a carved red lacquer tray with two teacups floated in front of him. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea, and it seemed that the person opposite him also picked up a teacup and drank, but Zhang Shui could only see the floating teacup and hear the sound of drinking, but he never saw the person opposite him. After drinking the tea, they began to drink wine. Zhang Shui inquired about the background of the other person in detail, and the person said, "I am surnamed Hu, the fourth in my family. Everyone calls me Mr. Hu Si, and you can call me that too." They toasted each other and engaged in conversation, discovering that they shared many common interests. They enjoyed dishes made from turtle and deer meat, seasoned with spices and chili. It seemed that there were many servants serving the dishes, but Zhang Shui could not see any of them. After drinking wine, Zhang Shui felt like having tea. As soon as he thought about it, fragrant tea appeared in front of him. Whatever he desired would immediately manifest before him as soon as he thought about it. Zhang Shui was delighted and did not return home until he was drunk. From then on, Zhang Shui would visit Mr. Hu Si every few days, and Mr. Hu Si would also frequently visit Zhang's house. Both parties followed the etiquette of host and guest in their interactions. One day, Zhang Shui asked Mr. Hu Si, "I heard there is a witch in the south of the city who summons fox spirits every day to treat the sick and earn money from the patients. Do you know the foxes in her household?" Mr. Hu Si replied, "That's nonsense. In fact, there are no foxes in that witch's house." After a moment's pause, when Zhang Shui got up to relieve himself, he heard someone whispering in his ear, "The witch you mentioned in the south of the city just now, I wonder who she is. I would like to go and see her with you. Would you please inform Mr. Hu Si?" Zhang Shui knew it was a little fox speaking, so he agreed, saying, "Sure." He then asked Mr. Hu Si at the table, "I would like to take one or two of your servants to investigate the situation of that witch. May I ask for your permission?" Mr. Hu Si insisted it was unnecessary. Zhang Shui persisted in his request until Mr. Hu Si finally agreed. Soon after, when Zhang Shui stepped out of the door, the horse automatically walked up to him as if someone was leading it. As they rode along, the little fox conversed with Zhang Shui, saying, "In the future, Mr. Zhang, if you feel like there is fine sand falling on your clothes while on the road, it means we are following you." As they were talking, they entered the city and arrived at the witch's house. Seeing Zhang Shui, the witch greeted him with a smile and said, "Esteemed guest, what brings you here all of a sudden?" Zhang Shui replied, "I heard your foxes are very powerful. Is that true?" The witch responded solemnly, "Such frivolous words should not be spoken by an esteemed guest. You should call them fox fairies. How can you call them foxes? I'm afraid the fox fairies in my house will be displeased." Before they could finish their conversation, a brick flew through the air and hit the witch's arm, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Surprised, the witch exclaimed to Zhang Shui, "How could you throw a brick at me?" Zhang Shui smiled and said, "Old lady, you're blind. When did you see me throw a brick at you? I'm clearly standing right here. Don't falsely accuse me." The witch was stunned and bewildered, not knowing where the brick came from. Just as the witch was panicking, another stone fell and struck her again, causing her to fall to the ground. Mud then began to rain down, smearing the witch's face like a ghost's, and she could only cry out for mercy. Zhang Shui asked the little fox to spare her, and the onslaught stopped. The witch hurriedly fled into the house and locked the door, too afraid to come out. Zhang Shui loudly asked the witch, "Can your fox compare to my foxes?" The witch dared not say anything else, only apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Zhang Shui looked up at the sky and warned the little foxes not to harm the witch anymore. Trembling, the witch cautiously emerged from the house. Zhang Shui comforted her with a smile before getting up and leaving. Since then, whenever Zhang Shui walked alone on the road and felt sand falling with a su-su sound, he would call out to the little foxes and converse with them, and there would always be a response, never failing. Therefore, even when encountering fierce beasts or bandits, he was fearless. Over a year passed like this, and the friendship between Zhang Shui and Mr. Hu Si grew even deeper. Zhang Shui once asked Mr. Hu Si's age, but Mr. Hu Si himself couldn't recall, only saying, "I remember seeing the Huang Chao rebellion. It feels like it happened just yesterday." One evening, while Zhang Shui and Mr. Hu Si were conversing, there was a loud noise from the wall, which surprised Zhang Shui. Mr. Hu Si said to him, "My brother must have returned." Zhang Shui asked, "Why not invite him to join us?" Mr. Hu Si replied, "His magical skills are not high. Being able to catch a chicken to eat is already good." Zhang Shui then said to Mr. Hu Si, "Our friendship is as strong as ours, but not being able to meet you in person is a regret." Mr. Hu Si continued, "As long as the friendship is strong, why must we meet in person?" One time, Mr. Hu Si prepared a banquet and invited Zhang Shui, also bidding him farewell at the same time. Zhang Shui asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Mr. Hu Si replied, "Brother, I was born in the central part of Shaanxi, and now I am preparing to return to my hometown. I know you have always regretted not being able to converse with me face to face. Now, let me introduce myself to you truly, this friend whom you have been associating with for years, so that we can recognize each other again in the future." Zhang Shui looked around but saw nothing. Mr. Hu Si said, "You can open the door to the dormitory, I am there." Zhang Shui followed his instructions, pushed the door open, and saw a handsome young man smiling at him inside. The youth was neatly dressed, with clear brows and bright eyes, but disappeared in an instant. As Zhang Shui turned back, footsteps followed him, saying, "Today, your regret can finally be relieved." Zhang Shui felt reluctant to part with him, unwilling to say goodbye. Mr. Hussey said. Gathering and parting are destined, why bother holding on to it? So, they set up a banquet and began to drink and chat. They drank until midnight, and then Mr. Hussey carried a lamp to escort Zhang Shui home. When daylight came, Zhang Shui went to visit again, but only saw an empty room with no signs of life. Later, Zhang Daoyi became the educational commissioner of Sichuan, while Zhang Shui remained as impoverished as ever. Therefore, he went to visit his younger brother with the hope of receiving generous gifts. However, more than a month later, when Zhang Shui returned home, his wish had not been fulfilled at all. He sighed heavily while riding his horse, feeling extremely disappointed and despondent. Suddenly, a young man riding a green horse followed behind him. Zhang Shui turned his head and saw the youth dressed in a light fur coat, looking quite wealthy. The youth's demeanor was elegant, and he engaged Zhang Shui in conversation. Sensing Zhang Shui's unhappiness, the youth asked what was wrong, so Zhang Shui sighed and explained his reasons. The youth offered words of comfort. As they walked together for more than a mile, they reached a fork in the road. The youth bid farewell, saying, "There is someone up ahead who will give you something, a gift from your old friend. Please accept it." Zhang Shui was puzzled but wanted to ask more questions, yet the youth rode off without another word. Zhang Shui continued for another 2 or 3 miles until he encountered an old servant holding a small bamboo box. The servant approached him and said, "Mr. Hussey sent me to give this to you." Zhang Shui suddenly understood everything. He took the bamboo box, opened it, and found it filled with silver. But when he looked up to thank the old servant, the servant had disappeared without a trace. Lotus flowers in the winter. In Jinan Prefecture, there was a Taoist priest whom nobody knew where he came from or what his name was. Regardless of the harsh winter or scorching summer, the Taoist always wore only a padded jacket, tied around his waist with a yellow silk cord, never wearing any other trousers or short coats. He often used half a comb to tidy his hair, and once his hair was done, he would insert the comb teeth into his hair bun, resembling a small hat perched on his head. He walked barefoot on the streets every day and slept on the roadside at night, with the snow and ice melting several feet around his body. Initially, when the Taoist arrived in Jinan, he often performed illusions for the people, and the citizens were very fond of him, eagerly offering him money. A rogue youth from a nearby alley brought him some wine, requesting the Taoist to teach him his illusions, but the Taoist didn't agree. Once, the rogue youth happened to encounter the Taoist bathing by the river, and he took away the Taoist's clothes to threaten him. The Taoist bowed and said, "Please return my clothes, and I will teach you the illusions." The youth, fearing deception, steadfastly refused. The Taoist then asked, "Will you really not return my clothes?" The rogue youth replied, "No." The Taoist fell silent, and soon the youth saw the yellow silk cord of the Taoist transform into a snake. The snake's body was not only long but also exceptionally thick. It coiled around the rogue youth 6 or 7 times, then raised its head, glaring angrily and spitting venom at the youth's face. The rogue youth was extremely shocked, kneeling down with pale face, breathing rapidly, and continuously begging for mercy. Eventually, the Taoist retrieved his yellow silk cord, and as it returned to his hand, it immediately returned to its original form. At the same time, the youth saw another snake winding its way into the city. After this incident, the Taoist became even more famous in Jinan Prefecture. The local officials and gentry heard of his extraordinary abilities and sought to befriend him, so he often visited the homes of the gentry. Local officials, regardless of their rank, had all heard of the Taoist's abilities. Whenever there were banquets or gatherings, they would invite the Taoist to attend. One day, the Taoist hosted a banquet in a pavilion on the water to entertain the local officials. On the appointed day, each official found an invitation from the Taoist on their desks at home, but no one knew how the invitations had been delivered. Subsequently, the officials arrived at the designated location for the banquet, where the Taoist greeted them respectfully. Upon entering, however, they discovered that it was just a quiet empty pavilion, without any seats or tables, causing them to suspect that the Taoist had played a prank on them. The Taoist looked at the officials and said, "I have no servants. Could I borrow the attendants accompanying you to help me set up?" The officials all agreed. Then, the Taoist drew 2 doors on the wall and knocked on them. Suddenly, there was a response from inside the doors, followed by the sound of unlocking, and the doors opened. Everyone approached to see and found that there seemed to be figures moving inside, with screens, curtains, beds, and tables all complete. Soon after, people began to pass these items through the doors to the outside, and the Taoist instructed the attendants to receive them and arrange them in the pavilion, advising everyone not to speak to the people inside the doors. Therefore, when items were passed inside and outside the doors, they only exchanged smiles. Before long, the pavilion was filled with luxurious furnishings. Then, fragrant wine flowed, and various dishes steamed, all passing through the walls. The guests were all amazed by this spectacle. The pavilion where the banquet was held originally faced a lake, and every June, the lake would be filled with acres of lotus flowers as far as the eye could see. But now, it happened to be the depths of winter, and outside the windows, there was only mist, obscuring the view of the green waves. An official sighed. "Today is a rare gathering, but unfortunately, it's the wrong season, and we can't see the lotus flowers on the lake." Others chimed in agreement. Soon after, a servant in green hurried over to report. "The lotus leaves have covered the entire surface of the lake." The guests were all astonished, so they pushed open the windows and looked out, indeed seeing the lake covered with lush lotus leaves interspersed with lotus buds. In the blink of an eye, countless buds bloomed all at once. A northern wind blew, and the fragrance of lotus flowers immediately filled the air. Just as the guests were all amazed, some servants were dispatched to row out and pick lotus flowers. From afar, the guests saw the servants rowing into the depths of the lotus pond, but soon they returned empty-handed to the officials. When asked why they hadn't picked any lotus flowers, the servants replied, We intended to row to the depths of the lotus pond, but found that the lotus flowers were still far away from us. We then rowed to the north bank, only to see lotus flowers blooming far away on the south side of the water. The Taoist smiled and said, "These lotus flowers are not true, it's just my illusion." Before long, as the banquet was coming to an end, the lotus flowers began to wither, and a north wind came, causing the lotus flowers and leaves on the river surface to disappear. The banquet pleased the provincial governor of Jidong greatly, and he brought the Taoist back to the yamen, requesting him to accompany him in leisure activities every day. One day, while the governor and his guests were drinking, there were some very expensive wines in his house, but he would only offer a small amount to his guests each time, refusing to let them drink more freely. On this day, the guests found the taste of the wine exceptionally delightful and repeatedly requested the governor to bring out all of his fine wines. However, the governor deceived them, claiming that the wine had all been consumed. Upon hearing this, the Taoist smiled and said to the guests, "If you want to enjoy yourselves, you can come to me." The guests asked the Taoist to fulfill his promise, so the Taoist put the wine jug into his sleeve. Shortly after, he took out the wine jug and poured wine for each person present. The taste of the wine was indistinguishable from the fine wines stored by the governor. So, everyone had a great time before returning home. The governor, feeling doubtful, went to check the wine barrels in his house and found that although the seals on the outside were intact, there was no wine inside. Feeling ashamed and angry, the governor arrested the Taoist as a demon and subjected him to torture. However, as soon as the stick struck, the governor felt intense pain in his buttocks, as if his flesh was being torn apart. Despite the Taoist also crying out in pain, the governor's buttocks were already bloody, so the torture had to be stopped, and the Taoist was driven away. Afterwards, the Taoist left Jinan without a trace. Later, someone encountered the Taoist in Jinling, dressed the same as before. When asked if he had ever lived in Jinan, he just smiled and remained silent. A drunkard. Miao Yongding was an outstanding examination candidate from Jiangxi, but he was a habitual drunkard, and most of his relatives avoided him. Once, Miao Yongding happened to visit his uncle's house. Due to his humorous and witty nature, the guests enjoyed conversing with him, and they all had a great time drinking together. Soon, Miao Yongding got drunk and started behaving wildly, insulting the guests and offending them greatly. The guests were furious, and the atmosphere became tense with their grievances. His uncle had to physically intervene to shield him from the angry guests, but Miao Yongding thought his uncle was siding with them and redirected his anger towards him. Unable to manage the situation, the uncle ran to Miao Yongding's house to inform his family. The family quickly came, and they half supported, half dragged him back home. As soon as they placed Miao Yongding on the bed, they found his limbs had already gone cold. When they checked his breathing, they discovered he had passed away. After Miao Yongding died, a man wearing a black hat bound his soul and led him away. They walked for a while until they arrived at an official building with a roof covered in light green glazed tiles, more magnificent than any structure in the human world. They came to the steps, where it seemed the man in the black hat was waiting to meet an official. Miao Yongding thought. What crime have I committed? It's probably those guests accusing me of fighting. He glanced back at the man in the black hat, whose eyes glared angrily like those of an ox, and Miao Yongding was too scared to ask. He figured that as a distinguished examination candidate, he might not have committed a serious crime, just a mere quarrel. At that moment, an officer inside announced loudly that those with cases should return for a hearing the next morning. The crowd dispersed in a noisy rush. Miao Yongding followed the man in the black hat out of the official building but had no idea where they were going. He timidly stood under the eaves of a shop. The man in the black hat angrily said, "You drunken scoundrel! It's getting dark, and everyone is finding places to eat and sleep. Where are you planning to go?" Miao Yongding trembled and said, "I don't even know why you captured me. My family doesn't know where I am, and I don't have a single coin on me. Where can I go?" The man in the black hat said, "You drunken fool. You say you have no money, yet you always have money for your wine. If you argue with me again, I'll break your crazy bones with one punch." Hearing this, Miao Yongding lowered his head and dared not speak. Suddenly, someone walked out of the shop and saw Miao Yongding. Surprised, he asked, "How did you get here?" Miao Yongding looked up and realized it was his uncle. His uncle's surname was Jia, and he had been dead for many years. Seeing his uncle, Miao Yongding finally realized that he too was dead, and his heart was filled with even more sorrow and fear. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Uncle, you must save me." Jia looked at the man in the black hat and said, "The Eastern Spirit Messenger is my friend. Please come into my shop and have a drink." Miao Yongding and the man in the black hat followed him inside. Jia bowed deeply to the man in the black hat and asked him to take care of his nephew. After a while, he brought out some food and wine, and the three of them sat around the table drinking. Jia asked, "What did my nephew do to deserve being captured by you?" The man in the black hat replied, "The king was on his way to see Lord Fulua when he encountered your nephew drunkenly cursing people. He ordered me to capture him." Jia asked, "Have you seen the king since then?" The man in the black hat said, "The king is still at Lord Fulua's, dealing with the Huazi case. He hasn't returned yet." Jia then asked, "What will my nephew be charged with?" The man in the black hat answered, "I'm not sure. However, the king greatly despises people like your nephew." Hearing their conversation, Miao Yongding trembled with fear and sweat poured down his face. He was so frightened that he couldn't hold his cup or chopsticks. Before long, the man in the black hat stood up and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for preparing such a sumptuous feast. I'm already quite drunk. I'll leave your nephew in your care for now." When the king returns, I'll come back to take him away from here." With that, the man in the black hat got up and left. After the man in the black hat left, Jia turned to Miao Yongding and said, "You have no siblings, and your parents treat you like a treasure, never willing to scold you. I still remember when you were 16 or 17, after drinking 3 cups of wine, you were babbling drunk, picking fights with others. At that time, if someone slightly offended you, you would strip naked and go to their door smashing it while cursing. Back then, we all thought you were young, so we didn't reprimand you too harshly. But now, over 10 years have passed, and you haven't made any progress at all. What are we going to do with you here?" Miao Yongding knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, only saying that he regretted it deeply. Jia helped Miao Yongding up and said, "I sell liquor here, and I have some small reputation. I will do my best to help you. The person who was drinking just now is the envoy of the Eastern Spirit King. I often invite him for drinks, and we're somewhat friends. The Eastern Spirit King is usually busy with official duties. Your offense isn't that severe. He might not remember you. I'll try to persuade him tactfully, plead with him to let you go. Maybe he'll agree." Then Jia thought again and said, "But this matter carries great risks. If we want to succeed, we'll need to spend a lot of money." Miao Yongding expressed his gratitude and readily agreed to bear the expenses himself. Jia promised to intercede for his nephew. That night, Miao Yongding decided to stay at his uncle's house. The next day, the man in the black hat came to visit very early. Jia requested to speak with him privately. They talked for quite a while, and then the uncle came to tell Miao Yongding, "It's settled. He'll come again in a while. I've given him all my money as collateral. The rest, you can slowly gather and give to him later." Miao Yongding asked excitedly, "How much in total?" Jia replied, "You still need to come up with 100,000 yuan. Miao Yongding said, "Where can I get so much money?" Jia said, "Don't worry, this is all underworld money. You just need to prepare 100 paper money offerings and burn them, that's it." Miao Yongding was overjoyed and said, "That's easy." They waited until almost noon, but the man in the black hat had not returned. Miao Yongding wanted to take a stroll and do some sightseeing. Jia told him not to wander too far, and he agreed, walking out the door. He saw that the streets and alleys of this world, with their transactions and commerce, were exactly like those in the human realm. He came to a place with high walls adorned with thorns, resembling a prison. Opposite the prison was a bustling inn, with many people coming and going. Outside the inn, there was a narrow creek with black water, its depths unfathomable. Miao Yongding stopped to look at the creek when he heard someone inside the inn shout, "Mr. Miao, where are you from?" Miao Yongding quickly looked to see who it was. It turned out to be Wang Sheng, a friend from the neighboring village whom he had known 10 years ago. Wang Sheng quickly walked out of the inn, happily grasping Miao Yongding's hand as if they were still alive. They then casually drank some wine in the inn, each recounting their experiences since they last met. Miao Yongding was delighted to have returned to the human world and now meeting an old friend, so he drank heartily, becoming very drunk. He soon forgot that he was already dead, and his old habits resurfaced, leading him to start criticizing Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng said, "We haven't seen each other for years, and you're still like this when you're drunk?" Miao Yongding had always hated it when others mentioned his drunken antics. Hearing Wang Sheng bring it up made him even angrier, so he slammed the table, stomped his feet and started cursing loudly. Wang Sheng gave him a glance, then with a flick of his sleeve, walked out of the inn. Miao Yongding chased him to the creek, pulling off Wang Sheng's hat. Wang Sheng angrily said, "You're truly a reckless person." With that, he pushed Miao Yongding into the creek. The water seemed not too deep, but it was filled with numerous sharp blades. The blades pierced his ribs and calves, causing excruciating pain whenever he moved, a pain that shot through his brain. The dark water, mixed with feces and urine, flowed into his throat with each breath, making his suffering even worse. People on the bank quickly formed a wall, watching and laughing, with no one willing to pull him out. At this critical moment, Jia suddenly arrived. Seeing this scene, he was shocked and immediately pulled Miao Yongding out of the water and took him home. His uncle said to him, "I see you are incorrigible. Even now you haven't repented. You really shouldn't be allowed to be human again. You should go with the Eastern Spirit Messenger to the king for punishment." Miao Yongding was very frightened and, with tears in his eyes, said, "I know I was wrong." Only then did Jia say, "The Eastern Spirit Messenger came earlier, waiting for you to sign the document, but you went off drinking and wandering instead." He couldn't wait any longer due to his tight schedule. "I've signed the document for you and paid him 1,000 coins. He has left, but the remaining money must be paid to him within 10 days. When you return, take care of this matter first. Then, at night, go to the wilderness outside the village, call my name, and burn the paper money. This matter will be completely resolved." Miao Yongding promised repeatedly. So Jia urged him to leave quickly. He escorted Miao Yongding to the outskirts and admonished him. "You must not break your promise and cause trouble for me." Then he pointed out the way for him to return to the mortal world. At that time, Miao Yongding's body had been lying stiff for 3 days, and his family believed he had drunk himself to death, though there was still a faint breath in his nostrils. That day, Miao Yongding suddenly woke up and then vomited profusely, expelling a large basin of foul-smelling black fluid. After vomiting, his sweat soaked through the mattress, and only then did his body begin to feel cool. He recounted his strange post-death encounter to his family. Shortly afterward, the areas on his body where the sharp blades from the creek had pierced began to swell and ache. After a night, the swollen areas turned into sores, but fortunately, they did not fester. 10 days later, Miao Yongding could gradually walk with the aid of a cane. His family insisted that he should repay the debt owed in the underworld, and Miao Yongding calculated the expenses, finding that it would cost several taels of silver to settle everything. He then became stingy again. He said to his family, Perhaps that whole thing was just a hallucination from my drunken dream. Even if it wasn't a dream, how could the Eastern spirit messenger, having released me out of personal affection, dare let the king of hell know about it? His family urged him to fulfill his promise, but he stubbornly refused to listen. Nevertheless, he remained anxious and refrained from drinking excessively. The neighbors were pleased to see his moral improvement and gradually began inviting him to drink again. After more than a year, Miao Yongding slowly forgot about the incident in the underworld and gradually started to behave recklessly again, with his old habits resurfacing. One day, while drinking at a younger clan member's house, he started to act drunkenly and wildly again. The host had no choice but to throw him out and lock the door. He continued to shout outside for over 2 hours before his son heard about it and helped him back home. Once inside, Miao Yongding faced the wall, knelt straight down, kowtowed countless times, and shouted, "I'll repay your debt now. I'll repay your debt now." After saying this, he collapsed to the ground and died completely. Hosting a banquet in the underworld. There was a scholar named Du Jiuan, whose wife fell ill. It happened to coincide with the Double Ninth Festival, and Du Jiuan was invited by friends to go hiking and drink chrysanthemum wine. Early in the morning, he washed up, told his wife where he was going, put on his hat and clothes, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed his wife became mentally unclear, babbling as if she were talking to someone. Du Jiuan found it very strange and went to the bedside to ask her what she was doing. Unexpectedly, his wife called him son. The rest of the family thought there must be something wrong. At that time, Du Jiuan's mother's coffin had not yet been buried, so everyone suspected that Du Jiuan's mother's ghost had possessed his wife. Seeing this, Du Jiuan prayed loudly, saying, "Are you my mother?" His wife scolded, "You beast! Don't you recognize your father?" Du Jiuan said, "Since you say you are my father, why are you haunting your daughter-in-law after returning home?" His wife then called Du Jiuan by his childhood name and said, "I originally came for the daughter-in-law. Why are you blaming me?" The daughter-in-law was supposed to die immediately. 4 people were coming to take her soul, led by someone named Zhang Huayu. I begged them countless times and was granted permission to come home to visit. I also promised to give them some small gifts. Please deliver the gifts to them as soon as possible. Following these instructions, Du Jiuan burned some paper money outside the house as an offering. His wife said, "Those 4 people have left. They spared her on my account, but 3 days from now, I will have to host a banquet to thank them. Your mother is elderly and not able to cook, so the daughter-in-law must come with me." Du Jiuan said, "The living and the dead exist differently. How can she cook for my mother? I hope you forgive her and do not take her away." His wife said, "Don't be afraid. The daughter-in-law is only going to cook and will come back soon. I am doing this for her. She should not fear the hardship of accompanying me." After saying this, his wife fainted again. After a long while, Du Jiuan's wife finally woke up. Du Jiuan asked her what she had just said, but she couldn't remember anything. She just said, "I seem to see 4 people come to our house trying to take me away." Luckily, father-in-law was there, begging them not to take me and even bribing them with money. Only then did they leave. I saw that father-in-law had 2 silver ingots left in his purse and thought about stealing one for future use. But he caught me and scolded me, saying, "What are you trying to do? Do you think you can use this?" I was so scared that I withdrew my hand and didn't dare to steal it again. Du Jiuan, however, thought his wife was seriously ill and was skeptical of her words. 3 days later, while Du Jiuan was chatting with his wife, she suddenly widened her eyes and stared at him for a long time. Then she said, "Your wife is too greedy. A few days ago, she saw the silver in my pocket and wanted to steal it. However, I didn't blame her much because your family is so poor. I'm planning to take your wife to the underworld to help me with cooking. Don't worry, she will be back soon." As soon as she finished speaking, his wife seemed to die, appearing lifeless. About half a day later, she gradually woke up again. She told Du Jiuan, "Just now, father-in-law called me and told me that I didn't need to cook myself. He had already found someone to do it. I just needed to sit there and supervise. He also said that in the underworld, they prefer food that looks abundant, with dishes overflowing from the bowls and plates. I agreed to do it. When I got to the kitchen, I saw 2 women chopping vegetables, both wearing light blue jackets with green borders, and they called me sister-in-law. Whenever they filled a bowl or plate, they would ask me to check it. The 4 people who tried to take my soul last time were all sitting at the banquet. After the food was served and the wine was ready, father-in-law let me come back." Du Jiuan was greatly astonished after hearing this and often shared the story with his friends thereafter. Marquis of Yangwu. Marquis of Yangwu, Shuelu, was born on Shuajia Island in Jiaozhou. At that time, his father, Shui Taigong, was the poorest man on the island, making a living by herding cattle for a local gentry. There was a piece of wasteland where Shui Taigong herded the cattle. He often saw snakes and rabbits fighting in the weeds, thinking that this place was unusual. So, he asked the owner for the land to build a house and settled there. A few years later, Shui Taigong's wife was about to give birth, and it happened to coincide with a heavy rain. Coincidentally, 2 military inspectors were ordered to check the coastal defenses. They passed by Shui Taigong's house and sheltered from the rain in front of the door. At that moment, a flock of crows landed on the roof, competing to cover the leaks in the thatched house with their wings, which made the scene even more astonishing. Later, Shui Taigong came out of the house, and the inspectors asked him, "What were you doing inside just now?" Shui Taigong told them that his wife was giving birth. The inspectors then asked whether his wife had given birth to a boy or a girl, and Shui Taigong replied, "A boy." The inspectors were even more surprised and said to him, "Your child will surely be very distinguished in the future. Otherwise, why would the 2 of us be here guarding your door?" After saying this, the two sighed and left. When Xue Lu grew up, he often appeared dirty-faced with a runny nose, looking quite unintelligent. All the people with the surname Xue on Shuejia Island were registered in the military. One year, it was Xue Taigong's family's turn to send a man to guard Liaoyang. At that time, Xue Lu had just turned 18. People thought he looked foolish, and no one wanted to marry their daughter to him. One day, Xue Lu said to his elder brother, "Brother, you and father are always whispering. Are you worried about who will serve in the military?" His brother said, "Yes." Xue Lu smiled and said, "If brother is willing to marry your maidservant to me, I will volunteer for the duty." His brother was overjoyed and immediately promised the maidservant to Xue Lu. So, Xue Lu and his wife set off for their post. After they had traveled only a few dozen miles, it suddenly started to rain heavily. There was a steep cliff by the roadside, so Xue Lu and his wife ran under it to take shelter from the rain. After a while, the rain stopped, and they continued on their way. They had only taken a few steps when the cliff collapsed. Local residents saw two tigers leap from the cliff. When they approached, it seemed that the tigers merged with Xue Lu and his wife and then disappeared. From that moment on, Xue Lu became brave and strong, displaying an extraordinary demeanor. Later, he was conferred the title of Marquis of Yangwu due to his numerous military achievements. During the reigns of the Tianqi and Chongzhen emperors, the court established a law stating that if a marquis died, his son would inherit the title. However, if he had no son, the title would temporarily pass to a male member of the collateral family. The system also stipulated that if the wife or concubines of the titleholder were pregnant, it had to be reported to the emperor immediately. An old woman appointed by the government would then accompany and guard the pregnant woman until she gave birth. About a year after Xue Lu was granted the title of Marquis of Yangwu, his wife gave birth to a daughter. However, after the birth, Xue Lu's wife's abdomen frequently trembled. 15 years passed, and several elderly women appointed by the government took turns accompanying Xue Lu's wife. Eventually, she gave birth to a boy. This boy was supposed to inherit Xue Lu's title as his eldest son, but the collateral family objected. They argued that Xue Lu was too old for the child to be his legitimate offspring. The government had no choice but to interrogate the women who had accompanied Xue Lu's wife. They all confirmed that the child was indeed born to Xue Lu and his wife. In the end, the boy was recognized and allowed to inherit Xue Lu's title. Yadu. In Dongcheng Prefecture, there was a scholar named Wang Wen who had been sincere and kind-hearted since childhood. Once, he traveled to the region of Chu and stopped to rest at an inn in Liuhe County. In the evening, while strolling leisurely outside, he encountered his fellow townsman Zhao Donglo. Zhao Donglo was a successful merchant who seldom returned home, spending years away on business. Seeing Wang Wen, Zhao Donglo grasped his hand with great joy and invited him to visit his lodging. They arrived at Zhao Donglo's place, where they saw a beautiful woman sitting inside. Wang Wen was astonished upon seeing the woman and hesitated to enter. Zhao Donglo grabbed Wang Wen and, through the window, called out, "Nizi, go away." Only then did Wang Wen enter the room. Zhao Donglo then prepared a meal with wine, and the two began to chat. Wang Wen asked, "What is this place?" Zhao Donglo replied, "This is a small brothel. Since I have been away from home for a long time, I am temporarily staying here." As they conversed, Nizi frequently entered and exited the room, making Wang Wen feel uneasy. He got up, intending to leave, but Zhao Donglo reluctantly pulled him back to his seat. One moment, a young girl passed by outside the door. Upon catching sight of Wang Wen, she paused and gazed at him with affectionate eyes. The girl's appearance was beautiful, her demeanor elegant, resembling a celestial being. Wang Wen, known for his upright and virtuous character, found himself captivated at this moment and asked, "Who is that beautiful girl?" Zhao Donglo replied, "She is the second daughter of an elderly lady, nicknamed Yadu, who is 14 years old this year. Because of her beauty, guests have repeatedly tempted the elderly lady with large sums of money, but Yadu adamantly refused to entertain them, resulting in frequent beatings from the elderly lady. Yadu pleaded bitterly on account of her youth to avoid entertaining guests, which spared her, and now she is still waiting to be married." After hearing this, Wang Wen fell silent, sitting in a daze, his words becoming disjointed. Zhao Donglo teased Wang Wen, saying, "If you are interested, I'll play matchmaker for you, how about that?" Wang Wen, bewildered, replied, "I dare not entertain such a thought." However, even as night fell, Wang Wen remained silent about leaving. Zhao Donglo joked about arranging a match again, to which Wang Wen said, "I am very grateful for your kindness, but I am currently short of funds, and I fear I may not meet the expectations of the elderly lady." Zhao Donglo, knowing Yadu's strong-willed nature, deliberately promised to provide 10 taels of silver to help Wang Wen. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Wen quickly left and soon returned to the brothel with all his money, which amounted to only 5 taels. He insisted that Zhao Donglo hand it over to the elderly lady. True to expectations, the elderly lady found the amount insufficient. Yadu said to her mother, "Mother, you always blame me for not being your cash cow. Well, today I shall fulfill your wish. I am just starting to learn how to be human, and I have plenty of time to repay you. Don't let this guest go just because he offered a small amount." The elderly lady, knowing Yadu's stubbornness, was delighted that she agreed to receive a guest and thus consented. She sent a maid to invite Wang Wen. Feeling sorry for potentially causing a change of heart, Zhao Donglo added 10 taels of silver and handed it to the elderly lady. Wang Wen and Yadu spent a pleasant night together. Yadu said to Wang Wen, "I am merely a prostitute and do not deserve you. But since you truly love me, your affection is most precious. You emptied your pockets just to be with me, but what will you do tomorrow?" Wang Wen, tears streaming down his face, was heartbroken and choked with emotion. Yada said, "Don't be sad. Although I am a prostitute, it's not by choice. I just haven't met someone as sincere and honest as you before. Now that I have found you, let's run away together." Upon hearing this, Wang Wen was overjoyed and quickly got up, with Yada following suit. At this moment, the bell on the city tower had already struck 3 times. Yada hastily changed into men's clothing, and the two hurriedly left the brothel, also opening the door of the inn. When Wang Wen left home, he brought along 2 mules, claiming that he had urgent matters to attend to and instructed his servant to depart immediately. Yada tied talismans on the servant's legs and the mule's ears, then released the reins to let the donkeys gallop. The donkeys ran exceptionally fast, and riding on them, they couldn't even keep their eyes open, only hearing the whistling wind by their ears. By daybreak, they arrived at the Han River and rented a room there. Wang Wen was amazed by Yada's extraordinary abilities. Yada said, "I hope you won't be afraid when I tell you this, but actually, I'm not human, I'm a fox. My mother is very greedy, and I suffer abuse from her every day. I've been harboring resentment for a long time. Fortunately, today you saved me from this misery. We've escaped 100 miles away, and I believe my mother won't be able to find us. We should be safe now." Wang Wen felt ashamed and said, "I am incredibly fortunate to have such a beautiful wife as you. But now, besides the walls around us, we have nothing. I fear that you will eventually leave me." Yada reassured him. "Why worry about that? You can buy some goods and save up for trading. It may not make us wealthy, but it will be enough to live on. You can start by selling the mules to get some capital." Following her advice, Wang Wen opened a small shop in front of their house, and he personally worked alongside his servant, selling wine in the store. Meanwhile, Yada made shawls and embroidered purses at home. They made a profit every day and lived comfortably. Over a year later, they began to gradually hire laborers and maidservants. Wang Wen no longer did physical labor himself, only overseeing and assessing their work. One day, Yada suddenly became sorrowful and distressed, saying, "Tonight, I fear calamity will befall us. What should we do?" Wang Wen asked her for the reason behind her worries, and Yada replied, "My mother has learned of my whereabouts and will surely threaten to force me back. If she sends my sister, I wouldn't worry, but I fear my mother herself coming." As the night wore on, Yada sighed with relief and said, "It's okay, it's my sister who's come." Shortly after, Nizi pushed open the door and walked into the room, greeted by Yada's smiling face. Nizi scolded, "You shameless girl, hiding here after escaping with someone else. Mother sent me to bring you back." She then took out a rope and tied it around Yada's neck. Yada angrily retorted, "What crime have I committed by marrying someone?" Nizi grew even more furious and tore Yada's clothes. At this moment, the maidservants and the old nanny gathered around, and Nizi, frightened, fled the scene. Yada said, "Once my sister returns, mother will surely come herself. Disaster is imminent. We must think of a plan quickly. After discussing as a family, they hastily packed their belongings, preparing to migrate to a distant land. Suddenly, an old lady burst in, angrily confronting Yatu. "I knew you were a disrespectful girl, so I came myself." Yatu cried sorrowfully and knelt down to welcome her mother, but the old lady wasted no time, grabbing Yatu by the hair and dragging her out. Meanwhile, Wang Wen could only stand by, restless and grief-stricken, neglecting his sleep and meals. He once again rushed to Lyoha, hoping to redeem Yatu. Upon arriving, he found the brothel still standing, but its residents had changed. Inquiring with the locals yielded no information on where the old lady had moved, leaving him saddened and disheartened as he returned. Back home, Wang Wen was too distraught to tend to his shop, so he disbanded his workers and returned to Shandong with his money. Several years later, Wang Wen happened to come to Yendu. While passing by an orphanage, he saw a 7 or 8-year-old child. His servant noticed the striking resemblance between the child and Wang Wen and kept staring at him. Wang Wen asked his servant, "Why are you staring at this child?" The servant replied with a smile, and Wang Wen chuckled as well. Wang Wen observed the child closely and found him to be handsome and robust. Considering he had no son of his own and the child looked so much like him, Wang Wen decided to redeem him. Wang Wen asked the child's name, and the child said his name was Wang Zi. Wang Wen said, "When you were abandoned, you were still in swaddling clothes. How do you know your surname?" Wang Zi replied, "My teacher told me that when I was found, there were words on the clothes covering my chest, which read, Shandong, Wang Wen's son." Wang Wen was extremely shocked and said, "But I am Wang Wen, and I don't have a son." However, he realized that the child must be the son of someone with the same name, which delighted him, and he grew even fonder of Wang Zi. When they returned home, the neighbors didn't inquire much about Wang Zi, assuming he was Wang Wen's son. Over time, Wang Zi grew up to be strong and brave but showed no interest in managing the family's business. Instead, he enjoyed hunting, fighting, and had a penchant for killing, which even Wang Wen couldn't control. Wang Zi claimed to be able to see ghosts and foxes, but no one believed him. Coincidentally, there was a family in the village troubled by a fox spirit, so they asked Wang Zi to investigate. Upon arrival, Wang Zi immediately identified the hiding place of the fox. He called some people to that spot and had them beat it vigorously. Soon, they could hear the fox howling, and some fur and blood were found, after which the family lived peacefully. People began to consider him extraordinary because of this incident. One day, while Wang Wen was strolling in the market, he suddenly encountered Zhao Donglo. Zhao Donglo appeared ragged, emaciated, and with a dark complexion. Surprised, Wang Wen asked where Zhao Donglo had come from. Zhao Donglo, looking miserable, asked him to find a place convenient for a conversation. Wang Wen then brought Zhao Donglo home and instructed his servant to serve wine. Zhao Donglo began. That time, the old lady found Yatu and beat her severely. Their family migrated north, intending to force Yatta back into prostitution. Yatta vowed to resist, so the old lady imprisoned her. Later, Yatta gave birth to a boy, who was abandoned in a remote alley. It's said that the child was later adopted by an orphanage and has grown up by now. That child is your son. Tears streaming down his face, Wang Wen said. By the grace of heaven, that child has returned to my side. So, Wang Wen recounted the story. Then he asked Zhao Donglo, "How did you end up in such a desolate situation?" Sighing, Zhao Donglo replied, "Today I realized that one should not take relationships with prostitutes too seriously. Look at me now, what else can I say?" It turned out that when the old lady's family migrated north, Zhao Donglo sold goods at a low price to follow them. The transportation costs and living expenses along the way were incalculable, resulting in enormous losses for him. Meanwhile, Nizi demanded even more from him. Over the years, he lost countless wealth. Seeing Zhao Donglo depleted of funds, the old lady began to despise him. Nizi also started staying overnight at the homes of wealthy families, often not returning for several nights. Zhao Donglo was furious but helpless. One day, when the old lady was out, Yatta stopped Zhao Donglo under the window and said, "There is no love in the brothel, only a desire for money. If you still linger here, it will bring great disaster." Zhao Donglo, terrified by her words, felt as if he had awakened from a dream. Before leaving, Zhao Donglo secretly went to see Yatu. Yatu handed him a letter to be delivered to Wang Wen. Upon returning to his hometown, Zhao Donglo recounted these events to Wang Wen and then presented Yata's letter. The letter read, "I know that Wang Zi has already reached your side. The hardships I have endured, Mr. Zhao will naturally inform you about. These are all karmic debts from past lives, how can they be easily explained? I am locked in a dark room, living a life devoid of light. The whip has torn my skin, and hunger burns like fire. Enduring every morning and evening feels like enduring a whole year. If you haven't forgotten the scene where we embraced each other for warmth in the thin blanket on the snowy night at the Han River, you should consult with our son. He can surely help me overcome this hardship. Although my mother and sister are cruel, they are still my close relatives. Just instruct our son not to harm them, and that will be my wish." Wang Wen, upon reading the letter, couldn't help but shed tears. He gave Zhao Donglo some money, and Zhao Donglo bid farewell and left. At this time, Wang Zi was already 18 years old. Wang Wen told him the whole story and showed him his mother's letter. Wang Zi's eyes widened with anger. That very day, he rushed to the capital and learned the whereabouts of the old lady Wu's residence. However, he found her doorstep crowded with carriages and horses. Wang Zi barged directly into the house. Nizi was entertaining guests with wine when she saw Wang Zi. She stood up in shock, her face turning pale. Wang Zi swiftly approached and killed Nizi. The guests were extremely frightened, thinking it was a robbery. When they went to see Nizi's body, they found it had turned into a fox. Wang Zi, still holding his knife, stormed inside and saw the old lady Wu supervising the maids preparing food. As Wang Zi approached, the old lady Wu suddenly disappeared. Wang Zi looked around frantically, then quickly drew his arrow and shot towards the ceiling. A fox, struck in the heart, fell down. Wang Zi then chopped off its head. Wang Zi found the place where his mother was imprisoned, smashed the lock with a stone, and mother and son reunited in tears. Yada asked where the old lady Wu was now, to which Wang Zi replied, "I have killed her." His mother blamed him, saying, "Why didn't you listen to me?" Helpless, Yada asked her son to bury the two foxes outside the city. Wang Zi pretended to agree but secretly kept the fox skins. He also checked the old lady Wu's chest and took all the money before helping his mother back home. Wang Wen and his wife were reunited, their emotions mixed. Later, when Yada asked about the old lady Wu again, Wang Zi said, "In my bag." The couple was astonished and asked what he meant. Wang Zi produced the two fox skins and offered them to his parents. His mother was furious, scolding him. "You disobedient child, how could you do this?" She then cried out in anguish, hitting herself and rolling around, saying she wanted to die. Wang Wen tried his best to comfort her and sternly ordered Wang Zi to bury the fox skins immediately. Angered, Wang Zi retorted, "Now that mother has found peace, she immediately forgets the beatings." His mother, even more enraged, continued to cry incessantly. After Wang Zi buried the fox skins and reported back, his mother gradually calmed down. Since Yada's return, Wang Wen's family fortunes have been increasingly prosperous. Wang Wen felt grateful to Zhao Donglo and used a lot of money to repay him. Zhao Donglo then learned that the old lady Wu and her daughter were foxes. Wang Zi served his parents very filially, but if anyone accidentally offended him, he would roar and shout angrily. Yada said to Wang Wen, "This child is stubborn. If we don't get rid of it, sooner or later, there will be fatalities. By then, even if we exhaust all our resources, we won't be able to save him." One night, after Wang Zi fell asleep, Yada secretly tied up his hands and feet. When Wang Zi woke up, he said to his mother, "I'm innocent. Why are you tying me up?" Yada said, "I'm going to cure your violence. Don't be afraid of pain." Wang Zi shouted loudly, tossing and turning, but couldn't break free. Yada used a large needle to deeply pierce 3 or 4 points beside Wang Zi's ankle bone, then with a knife, she severed the tendons that contributed to his violent personality. After she had severed these tendons, she untied Wang Zi and gently patted him to sleep peacefully. When daylight came, Wang Zi ran to see his parents, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Last night, I remembered what I did in the past and felt extremely guilty." His parents were overjoyed to hear this. From then on, Wang Zi's temperament became gentle, and the neighbors all praised him highly. At the end of the story, the author provides the following commentary. People often liken prostitutes to foxes, but who would have thought that foxes could also become prostitutes? As for that old woman, she was originally a fox, so what's so surprising about her committing acts that disrupt human relations? As for Yatu, she endured countless hardships and setbacks but maintained her faith. Perhaps even humans would find it difficult to do so, but unexpectedly, she, as a fox, achieved it. Emperor Taizong of Tang once said that Wei Zheng, as a minister, appeared even more admirable because of his upright character. I would say the same about Yatu. The Tiger of Zhaoqing. Near Zhaoqing lived an old lady in her 70s, who relied solely on her son for company. One day, the old lady's son went hunting in the mountains but was eaten by a tiger. Upon learning of this tragedy, the old lady was overcome with grief and almost lost the will to live. She wailed and cried as she brought her complaint to the local county magistrate. The magistrate sighed and said, "Tigers are animals, how can I apply human law to punish them?" The old lady's cries only grew louder and more desperate, and no one could console her. The magistrate, unable to calm her, could only reprimand her, which she paid no heed to. Feeling sorry for her due to her advanced age, the magistrate hesitated to scold her further and reluctantly agreed to capture the tiger for her. The old lady refused to leave until the official document for tiger capture was issued. Seeing her determination, the magistrate had no choice but to inquire among the bailiffs to find someone willing to go into the mountains to catch the tiger. One bailiff named Li Neng, who had just consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, stumbled forward and declared, "I can catch the tiger." With that, he took the magistrate's document and left. Only then did the old lady agree to depart. Later, when Li Neng sobered up, he began to regret his impulsive behavior while under the influence of alcohol. However, he also believed that the magistrate was merely going through the motions to rid himself of the old lady's pestering. Therefore, Li Neng did not pay much attention to the matter, intending to return the document upon its expiration. However, when the magistrate received the returned document, he angrily confronted Li Neng, asking if he intended to renege on his promise to catch the tiger. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Li Neng could only request another official document from the magistrate to summon local hunters to help him capture the tiger, which the magistrate reluctantly agreed to. After summoning all the hunters, Li Neng lurked day and night in the valley, hoping to catch a tiger by chance so he could fulfill his task. However, despite the group's vigilance in the mountains for over a month, they failed to capture a tiger. During this time, they endured hundreds of lashes from the magistrate, with no avenue for their grievances. Feeling desperate, Li Neng went to the mountain temple in the eastern outskirts, where he knelt before the statue of the mountain god, praying and shedding tears of frustration. Suddenly, a tiger walked into the temple from outside. Li Neng was stunned and feared he might be attacked. Surprisingly, the tiger walked past him and squatted by the temple gate, paying no attention to anything else. Li Neng addressed the tiger, saying, "If you are the one who ate the old lady's son, bow your head and let me tie you up." He then proceeded to use a rope to bind the tiger's neck. Remarkably, the tiger not only offered no resistance but also obediently allowed itself to be tied up. Li Ning then led the tiger to the county yamen, where the magistrate interrogated the tiger, asking if it had eaten the old lady's son. The tiger nodded in confirmation. The magistrate stated, "According to the laws here, killing a person warrants death. The old lady had only one son, and you took him away. Now she is elderly. How will she live in the future? If you are willing to become her son, I will spare your life." The tiger nodded again in agreement. The bailiffs then untied the ropes from the tiger and let it go free. The old lady complained that the magistrate did not kill the tiger to avenge her son. At dawn of the next day, when she opened her door, she found a dead deer lying outside. The old lady decided to sell the deer meat and hide to sustain her daily life expenses. From then on, this became a regular occurrence. Sometimes, the tiger even brought money and left it in the courtyard of the old lady's house. Over time, the old lady became wealthier, and the tiger's care for her surpassed that of her own son. Consequently, she began to feel grateful to the tiger. Sometimes, when the tiger came, it would lie under the eaves of the old lady's house all day long, but she never worried that it would harm anyone. Several years later, the old lady passed away, and the tiger came to her funeral to mourn, roaring in front of her memorial tablet. The savings the old lady had accumulated over the years were more than enough to cover her funeral expenses, and her relatives buried her together. As soon as the grave was completed, the tiger suddenly rushed over, causing the guests to flee in panic. The tiger went straight to the grave and let out a thunderous roar before finally leaving. The locals knew about the relationship between the old lady and the tiger, so they built a righteous tiger shrine for them in the eastern suburbs. The shrine still stands to this day. Martial arts. In the western outskirts of Sichuan, there was a man named Li Chao. He was generous by nature and enjoyed giving alms. One day, a monk begging for alms happened to visit Li Chao's house. Li Chao warmly welcomed the monk and offered him a hearty meal. Grateful for Li Chao's hospitality, the monk said to him, "I am a monk from the Shaolin Temple and I know some martial arts. As a token of gratitude, I will teach you martial arts." Delighted, Li Chao invited the monk to stay in the guest room of his house, providing him with ample food and daily necessities, and learning martial arts from him morning and evening. 3 months later, Li Chao had become quite proficient in martial arts, and he was very proud of himself. One day, the monk asked Li Chao, "Have you made progress in your martial arts?" Li Chao replied, "Yes. Master, I have learned everything you know." The monk just smiled and asked Li Chao to demonstrate what he had learned. Li Chao took off his clothes, spat in his palms, and began to showcase his martial arts skills. His movements resembled those of a monkey leaping and a bird landing. After practicing for a while, he stood proudly on the side. The monk smiled again and said, "All right. Since you have mastered my martial arts, let's have a little contest." Li Chao eagerly agreed, and the two began to spar, exchanging blows. Li Chao kept searching for the monk's flaws, when suddenly the monk flew up with a kick, sending Li Chao falling more than 10 feet away on his back. The monk applauded and said, "It seems you still haven't fully mastered my martial arts." Li Chao got up, feeling ashamed and discouraged, and asked the monk to continue guiding him. A few days later, the monk bid farewell and departed. From then on, Li Chao became famous in the local area for his extraordinary martial arts skills. He traveled to various places north and south but never encountered an opponent. One day, Li Chao happened to arrive in Lixia and saw a young nun performing martial arts in the square, surrounded by a crowded audience. The nun said to the crowd, "I've been performing alone, and it seems a bit dull. If any of you here enjoy martial arts, feel free to come forward and spar with me for entertainment." She repeated this 3 times, but everyone remained silent, unwilling to challenge her. Li Chao, feeling eager to showcase his skills, confidently stepped into the arena. The nun smiled and bowed to him. As soon as they began, the nun called for a halt and said, "Your martial arts come from Shaolin." She then asked, "Who is your master?" Li Chao initially hesitated to reveal, but after persistent questioning from the nun, he admitted it was the monk. The nun nodded and said, "So, that silly monk is your master. In that case, I don't need to compete with you in martial arts. I'm willing to concede." Despite Li Chao's repeated requests for a contest, she refused. Eventually, under the persuasion of the surrounding crowd, the nun agreed to a match but insisted they hold back their full strength. Observing the nun's delicate appearance, Li Chao felt somewhat disdainful and, fueled by his competitive spirit, wanted to defeat her quickly to gain fame. As they sparred, the nun suddenly stopped. When Li Chao asked why, she just smiled and remained silent. Thinking she was afraid, Li Chao insisted on challenging her again, so she stood up to compete with him once more. Moments later, Li Chao flew up with a kick towards the nun, but she brought her fingers together and swiftly struck downwards on Li Chao's leg. Li Chao suddenly felt as if his knee had been struck by an axe or knife, falling to the ground unable to stand up. Apologizing with a smile, the nun said, "It's my fault for being reckless and offending you. Please forgive me." Li Chao suffered serious injuries and had to be carried home, taking over a month to recover fully. Over a year later, the monk returned to Li Chao's home, where Li Chao recounted the incident with the nun. The monk, astonished, said, "You were too rash. Why did you provoke her? Fortunately, you mentioned my name to her first, otherwise, your leg would have been broken." Alright. That's all for today's collection of strange tales. If you enjoyed this episode, please like and subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment and share with your friends. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you in the next episode.